Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome the experts at hand service and the £3.7 million that's been given to Cornwall to set this up. However, we struggle to get OTs, ed psychs and speech and language therapists down in rural and coastal areas. Could the Minister say what incentives or what they're doing to encourage these people to come down to Cornwall to work in our services?
Mr. Speaker, we were really delighted to announce £429 million into new speech and language therapists, occupational therapists, educational psychologists, which will go to communities around the country, and we're working very closely with colleagues in health to ensure that there are no cold spots and every single school and child has access to that essential support.
Exchange over.
Order. Before we come to the Minister, I want to make a brief statement. The subject of our discussion is the utmost seriousness. I expect this discussion to be focused on the facts and the issues at hand, and not just the fact against individual members. While certain criticisms may be made of government collectively, the same May 1.24 makes clear that any accusations against individual members about misleading the House may only be made on the substantive motion. They may not be made as part of an exchange of the statement. A House rule on this is in place to ensure that members focus on the substantive matters under discussion, and if debate is needed on matters of individual conduct, that must be drawn in the proper term of humility. I encourage your members to engage in respectful debate, and our constituents will expect. I therefore no statement. Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'd like to provide the House information that I now have about the appointment of Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States. But, Mr. Speaker, before I go into the details, I want to be very clear with this House that while this statement will focus on the process surrounding Peter Mandelson's vetting and appointment, at the heart of this, there is a judgment I made but wrong. I should not have appointed Peter Mandelson. I take responsibility for that decision and apologise again to the victims of Peter Pristine, who were clearly failed by my Mr. Speaker, last Tuesday evening, 2 people, I found out for the first time, on 29th of January 2025, before Peter Mandelson took up his position as Ambassador, foreign officials started to develop vetting clearance against a specific condition denying security vetting, that vetting clearance could be denied. Not only that, foreign officials who made that decision did not pass this information to me, to the Foreign Secretary, her predecessor, the Deputy Prime Minister, to any other minister, or even to the former Cabinet Secretary, Sir Chris Cornwall. I found staggering, and therefore last Tuesday I immediately instructed officials in Downing Street and the Cabinet Office to urgently establish the facts on my authority. I wanted to know who made the decision, on what basis, who knew, and Mr. Speaker, I want that information for the precise and explicit purpose of updating this House. Because this is information I should have had a long time ago. And it is information that this House should have had a long time ago. It's information that I and the House had the right to know. I will now set out a full timeline of events in the Peter Mandelson process, including from the fact-finding exercise I instructed last Tuesday. Before doing so, I want to remind and assure the House that the Government will comply fully with the whole address motion of the 4th February. Mr. Speaker, in December 2024, I was in the process of appointing a new Ambassador for Washington. A due diligence exercise was conducted by the Cabinet Office to Peter Mandelson's suitability, including questions put to him by my staff in Numberhead. Peter Mandelson answered these questions on the 10th of December, and I seek final advice on the due diligence process on the 11th. I made a decision to appoint him on the 18th of December. The appointment was announced on the 20th, and the security vetting process began on the 23rd of December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I want to make clear to the House that for a direct ministerial appointment, it was usual for security vetting to happen after the appointment, before starting in post. That was the process in place at the time. Mr. Speaker, this was confirmed by the former Cabinet Secretary, Sir Chris Cornwall, at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee on the 3rd November 2025, when he gave evidence. Sir Chris made clear, and I'm quoting now, when one making appointments from outside civil service, the normal thing is for security clearance to happen after appointment, but before the person signs a contract and takes that post. At the same hearing, the same Select Committee, the former Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office, Sir Ollie Robbins, said, and I quote again, Peter Mandelson did not hold security vetting when he was appointed, but he went on, as is normally the case with external appointments to my department and the wider civil service. The appointment was made subject to obtaining security clearance. Mr. Speaker, after I sacked Peter Mandelson, I changed that process so that now an appointment cannot be announced until our security vetting is passed. Mr. Speaker, the security vetting was carried out by UK Security Vetting, UKSV, between the 23rd December 2024 and the 28th of January 2025. UKSV conducted vetting in Norway, collecting relevant information, as well as interviewing the applicant, in this case, on 2 occasions. Then on the 28th of January 2025, UKSV recommended to the Foreign Office that developed vetting clearance should be denied to Peter Mandelson. The following day, on the 29th of January 2025, notwithstanding UKSV recommendation that developed vetting clearance should be denied, Foreign Office officials made the decision to grant vetting clearance for Peter Mandelson. To be clear, For many departments, a decision from UKSV is binding. But the Foreign Office, the final decision on vetting clearance made by Foreign Office officials, not UKSV. However, once the decision in this case came to light, the Foreign Office had to make the decision on the vetting clearance was immediately suspended by my Chief Secretary last week. Mr. Speaker, I accept that sensitive personal information provided by an individual being vetted must be protected from disclosure. If that were not the case, the integrity of the whole process would be compromised. What I do not accept is that the appointing minister cannot be told of the recommendation by UKSV. Indeed, given the seriousness of these issues and significance of the appointment, I simply do not accept that Foreign Office officials could have informed me of UKSV's recommendations whilst also maintaining the necessary confidentiality the vetting requires. There is no law that stops civil servants simply flagging UKSV recommendations while protecting detailed sensitive information to allow ministers to make judgments on appointments or explain matters to Parliament. So let me be very clear. The recommendation in the Peter Mandelson case could and should be shared with me before he took up his post. Mr. Speaker, let me make a second point. If I had known before he took up his post the UKSV recommendation was that developed vetting clearance should be denied, I would not have gone ahead with the appointment. Mr. Speaker, let me now move to September 2025, because events then and subsequently show even starker clarity the opportunity missed by Foreign Office officials to make the position clear. Mr. Speaker, on September the 10th, Bloomberg reported fresh details of Mandelson's history of Brexit, and it was then clear to me that Peter Mandelson's answers to my staff in the due diligence exercise were not truthful. I sacked him. I also changed the direct ministerial appointments process, so full due diligence is now required as standard, where risks are identified, an interview must be taken pre-appointment to discuss any risks and conflicts of interest, and summary of this should be provided to the appointing minister. I also made clear that public announcement should not now be made until security vetting has been completed. Mr. Speaker, in light of the revelations in September last year, I also agreed with then Cabinet Secretary, Sir Chris Warble, that he would carry out a review of the appointment process in the Peter Mandelson case, including the vetting. He set out his findings and conclusions in a letter to me on the 16th of September. He advised me in that letter, and I quote, "The evidence I have reviewed leads me to conclude that appropriate processes were followed in both the appointment and the withdrawal of the former HMA Washington." When he was asked about this, Mr. Speaker, last week, the then Cabinet Secretary was clear that when he carried out his review, the Foreign Office did not tell him about the UKSV recommendation that vetting clearance should be denied to Peter Mandelson. I find that astonishing. As I said earlier, I do not accept I could have been told about the recommendation before Peter Mandelson took up his post. I absolutely do not accept that the then Cabinet Secretary, an official to politician, in carrying out his review, could not have been told that UKSV recommended Peter Mandelson should be denied the vetting clearance. It was a vital part of the process that I asked him to review. Clearly, he could have been told, and he should be told. Mr. Speaker, on the same day the then Cabinet Secretary wrote to me, so that's the 16th of September 2025, the Foreign Secretary and then Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office, Sir Ollie Robbins, provided a signed statement to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. The statement says, and again quote, "The vetting process was undertaken by UK security vetting on behalf of FCO, concluded with DV clearance being granted by FCDO in advance of Lord Mandelson taking up post in February." It went on to say, again I quote, "Peter Mandelson's security vetting was conducted to the usual standards set for the vetting in line with established Cabinet Office policy." Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear to the House. This was in response to questions which included whether concerns were raised, what the Foreign Office response was, and whether they were dismissed. Mr. Speaker, that the Foreign Secretary was advised on, allowed to sign a statement by Foreign Office officials without being told the UKSV had recommended to Mandelson be denied vetting clearance is absolutely unforgivable. This is a senior Cabinet member giving evidence to Parliament on the very issue in question. Mr. Speaker, in light of further revelations about Peter Mandelson in February of this year, I was very concerned about the fact that vetting clearance had been granted to him. Not knowing that, in fact, UKSV had recommended denial of vetting clearance, I instructed my officials to carry out a review of the national security vetting process. As I said, I do not accept that I had not been told about UKSV's denial of security vetting before Peter Mandelson took up his post in January 2025. I do not accept that the Cabinet Secretary could not be told in September 2025 when he carried out his review in the process. I do not accept that the Foreign Secretary could not have been told when making statements to the Select Committee again in 2025. But, Mr. Speaker, on top of that, the fact that I was not told even my ordered review of the UK's process is frankly staggering. And I can tell the House that I have now updated the terms of reference for the review into security vetting to make sure it covers means for which all decisions are made in relation to national security vetting. I have appointed Sir Aaron Fulford to lead review. Separately, I've asked the Government Security Group at Cabinet Office to look at any security concerns raised during Peter Mandelson's tenure. Mr. Speaker, I know many members across the House will find these facts to be incredible. To that, I can only say they are right. It bears belief that throughout the whole time I've had, officials in the Foreign Office saw fit to withhold this information from the most senior ministers in our decision government. That is not how the vast majority of people in the country expect politics, government or accountability to work. And I do not think it's how most public servants think it should work either. I work with hundreds of civil servants, thousands even, all of whom act with the utmost integrity, dedication and pride to serve this country, including officials from the Foreign Office who, as we speak, are doing a phenomenal job representing our national interests in a dangerous world, in Ukraine, in the Middle East and all around the world. This is not about them. But yet it's surely beyond doubt that the recommendation from UKSB that Peter Mandelson should be denied development clearance was information that could and should have been shared with me on repeated occasions and therefore should be available to this House, ultimately to the British people. I commend statement for that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Prime Minister for advance sight of his statement. His reputation is at stake. Everyone is watching. It is finally time for the truth. Earlier today, Mr. Speaker, Downing Street admitted the Prime Minister inadvertently misled the House. The Prime Minister has chosen not to repeat that from this box. I will remind him that under the Ministerial Code, he has a duty to correct the record the earliest opportunity. The Prime Minister says he only found out on Tuesday that Peter Mandelson failed the security vetting. The earliest opportunity to correct the record was Prime Minister's questions on Wednesday, almost a week ago. This is a breach of the Ministerial Code. Under that code, he is bound to be as open as possible with Parliament and the public in answering questions today. So let me start with what we do know. We know the Prime Minister personally appointed Peter Mandelson to be our ambassador to the United States. We know that Mandelson had a close relationship with a convicted paedophile. We know that he had concerning links with Russia and China, links that had already raised red flags. We know that the Prime Minister announced the appointment before vetting was complete, an extraordinary and unprecedented step for the role of US ambassador. The Prime Minister says that it was usual for this because it was a political appointment. So I will remind him and the rest of the Labour front end who are heading that Peter Mandelson was a politician who had sacked twice from government for lying. That meant he should have gone through the full security process. And we also know, finally, Mr. Speaker, when Peter Mandelson failed the security vetting, he was allowed to continue in the role with access to top secret intelligence and security information. This goes beyond propriety and ethics. This is a matter of national security. So let me turn to what we do not know. We still do not know exactly why Peter Mandelson failed that vetting. We do not know what risks our country was exposed to, and we do not know how it is possible. The Prime Minister said repeatedly that this was a failure of vetting, went on television and said things were blatantly incorrect, and not a single advisor or a single official told him that what he was saying wasn't true. At every turn, with every explanation, the government story has become murkier and more contradictory. It is time for the truth. There are too many questions to ask in the time, Mr. Speaker. So I'm now going to ask the Prime Minister just 6 questions, and I have taken the unprecedented step to provide these questions to the Prime Minister in advance. So he has them in front of him, and I asked these questions to be put online for the public. They and I expect him to answer. The Prime Minister appointed a national security risk on a sensitive diplomatic post. Let's look at how this happened. The Right Honourable Gentleman told me at PMQ in September 2025 that full due process was followed in this appointment. We now know that in November 2024, Lord Case, the then Cabinet Secretary, told him this process requires security vetting to be done before the appointment. He did not mention any of what Lord Case said in his statement earlier. So first question, does the Prime Minister accept that when he said before the House that full due process was followed, this was not true? Secondly, on the 11th of September last year, journalists asked his Director of Communications if it was true that Mandelson had failed security vetting. These allegations were on the front page of the national newspaper, and yet Number 10 did not deny the story. Why? 3. Will the Prime Minister repeat from this chat box his words last week that no one in Number 10 was aware of Tuesday that Mandelson had failed his vetting? The Prime Minister says he's furious he wasn't told recommendations of vetting. Yet, on the 16th of September, a Foreign Office minister told Parliament, and I quote, the national security vetting process is very independent of ministers who are not informed of any findings other than the final outcome. This was the government's stated process. So why is the Prime Minister so furious that it was followed? On 4th of February 2026, the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, on 4th of February 2026, the Prime Minister told me from the dispatch box that security vetting he had received had revealed Mandelson's relationship with Epstein. How could he say that if he had not seen security vetting? And finally, Mr. Speaker, Sistema is a Russian defence company closely linked to the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin's war machine. Was the Prime Minister aware before the appointment that Peter Mandelson had remained a director of that company long after Russian invasion of Crimea? Mr. Speaker, Everyone makes mistakes. It's how you face up to those mistakes that shows the character of a leader. Instead of taking responsibility for the decisions he made, the Prime Minister has thrown his staff and his officials under the bus. This is a man who once said, "I will carry the hand for the mistakes of any organisation I lead." Instead, he has sacked his cabinet secretary, he has sacked his director of communications, he has sacked his chief of staff, and he has now sacked the permanent secretary of the Foreign Office. All of these people fired for a decision he made. The right honourable gentleman's defence is that he, a former director of public prosecutions, is so lacking in curiosity that he chose to ask no questions about the vetting process. He asked no questions about Mansell's relationship with Epstein. He asked no questions about the security risk Mansell had. Apparently, he didn't even seek Peter Mansell for his appointment. It doesn't appear that he asked any questions at all. Why? Because he didn't want to know. He had taken the risk. He had told the man what will have to follow. It is the duty of the Prime Minister to ensure he is telling the truth, or does the ministerial code not apply to him? I'm only holding the Prime Minister to the same standard to which he held others. On the 26th of January 2022, the Right Honourable Gentleman said to the previous Prime Minister at this dispatch box, if he led the House, he must resign. Does he stand by those words, or is there one rule for him and another for everyone else?
Mr. Speaker, let me respond to those points. Firstly, when I found out what had happened on Tuesday evening last, I wanted to have answers to the question who made the decision to give clearance on balloting, contrary to the advice, why it was done, and who knew about it, so to provide the information to the House. Mr. Speaker, that is the exercise that has been conducted since Tuesday evening and today, so I could come here today to give a full account to the House, which I just let out. Mr. Speaker, she asked me about balloting security clearance after the appointment. I've set out that wasn't me saying, so I read out the evidence of the former Permanent Secretary about that and the former Cabinet Secretary in relation to that, and I think the posts I've given to the House are clear enough in relation to that. She also asks why Peter Mansell failed. Mr. Speaker, it's important to make a distinction between the information provided to the review a recommendation. The information in the review must be protected and has been protected, because otherwise the integrity of the entire system will fall away. But the recommendation must be protected and not to be protected. Mr. Speaker, in relation to her questions, in relation to the answer about full due process, that was the information that I had that I put before the House and was confirmed to me by Chris Stormont, because in September I asked him to conduct a review of the process to assure me that the process was correctly carried out. He did that and wrote me on the 16th of September, giving me his conclusions. In relation, Mr. Speaker, to reports in the media, Number 10 was repeatedly asked about the facts surrounding Peter Mansell's clearance and was assured the proper process was followed in that case. Mr. Speaker, in relation to those in Number 10, let me give the answer. Nobody in Number 10 was formed about UKSC's recommendation. Mr. Speaker, to speak clear and for the record, the Office Permanent Secretary did receive information recently and then sought the necessary and legal advice. Once the checks were completed by the Cabinet of the Permanent Secretary, I was told, that is in the last 2 weeks ago, it was entirely the right procedure to get the advice and then bring it to my attention at the first opportunity. It was the right procedure was followed by my officials in the last few weeks. Mr. Speaker, in relation to why I was furious about the process, for the very reason, Mr. Speaker, I strongly believe I should be given some information at the very outset. I strongly believe there were repeated times when I should have been told on appointment, I should have been told when Peter Mansell was sacked. The Cabinet Secretary should have been told when he reviewed the process. The Foreign Secretary should have been told before she was to sign a statement to the Set Committee, and I should have been told when I did a review of Mr. Speaker. In relation to the point she makes about what I said in February, in answer to a question of hers, I'm very clear, Mr. Speaker, I had not seen the security team fire. I did not know that UKSC questioned me about vetting. I knew about the due diligence, and that's why before the House I'll tell you about the due diligence in relation to Epstein. The question asked me about vetting, and I knew what the due diligence said, and therefore I told the House what due diligence had said. I didn't tell what security vetting had said because I hadn't seen the fire in relation to that. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the particular details in relation to Peter Mansell, I acted on all the information I have available to me. The simple fact of the matter is I should have had more information. I didn't have information. The House should have had that information, and I now set out in full to the House.
Show the members like committee endly formed it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Truth is that my committee did ask. We asked on the record, and we got a partial truth that could hardly be the whole truth. But we were on record asking the very questions the hecklers on the outside say should have been asked. And the answers are there on the record to see just what we got when we did ask. Mr. Speaker, may I just my question? A month before Mandelson's appointment was announced, the then Cabinet Secretary advised that the necessary security clearance should be acquired before confirming a political appointment. That doesn't seem to have been the usual practice, and glad it changed because it's clearly abused. Because what happened was somebody, probably Peter Mandelson himself, leaked to the press his appointment as US ambassador, effectively bouncing the government into confirming it. But then when the confirmation did come forward about his appointment, it did not make clear that it was subject to vetting in either the offer letter to Peter Mandelson or in the government's press release. I'm afraid to say, doesn't it look like, for certain members of the Prime Minister's team, getting Peter Mandelson the job was a priority that overrode everything else, and the security considerations were very much back in order?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank you for the question. The committee tasked relevant questions, and that's why I have indicated that it was unforgivable. The Foreign Secretary was asked to sign a statement in response to those very questions without being told about the recommendation. The questions were asked. She was us to advised us to send a statement without being told to run information. That's unforgivable. As for the point before developing, I've changed that. So it can never happen again. She heard me quote the evidence. A former Cabinet Secretary and the former permanent Secretary in relation to Mr. Speaker. Can I just deal with the third point she makes? And that is that somehow the Downing Street's wish to appoint Peter Mandelson overrode security concerns. No, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. I have been told that Peter Mandelson or anybody else failed security, had not been given clearance on security vetting. I would not have appointed. A deliberate decision was taken to withhold that material from me. A deliberate decision was taken to withhold material. This was not lack of asking. This was an oversight. It was a decision. It was a decision taken not to share that information on repeated occasions.
Said Dave Leader, let doubt that.
Mr. Speaker, it's 2022 all over again. Back then, when he stood on this side of the House, it was Boris Johnson who was accused of misleading Parliament and scapegoating senior officials. Then the opposition couldn't have been clearer. The public need know, he said, that not all politicians are the same, that not all politicians put themselves above the country, and honesty, integrity and accountability matter. So he promised change, Mr. Speaker. He promised to break the cycle and stop the chaos. He promised a government with, and I quote, more focus on long-term strategy than the short-term distractions that animate Westminster. I'm afraid the fact that he, even to make a statement today, shows how badly he has failed, how badly he has down the millions of people across our country who are so desperate for change. He blames his officials. He says he had no idea. He gives every impression of a Prime Minister in office, but not in power. Facts remain, even on his own account. The Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, even after he had been warned about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. The Prime Minister announced the appointment before Mandelson had been vetted, despite the clear risk to national security putting someone unsuitable in that role. One of his top officials, just 3 weeks into the job, clearly believed the Prime Minister wanted Mandelson to be appointed regardless of what vetting process turned up. And he Prime Minister relied on the process to defend his decisions. So why did he ask so few questions personally about the vetting process itself? We all know the truth, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister knew that appointing Mandelson was an enormous risk. He decided it was a risk worth taking, a catastrophic error of judgment. And now that it's blown up his face, the only decent thing to do is to take responsibility. Back in 2022, the Prime Minister rightly accused Boris Johnson of expecting others to take blame while he hung on. That was not acceptable then, and it's not acceptable now. So I hope the Prime Minister can at least tell the House this, and will listen very carefully to his honour. Was he given advice by someone in case, the then Cabinet Secretary, that the necessary security clearances should be acquired before he confirmed his choice for US Ambassador? And did he follow that advice? Yes or no? Mr. Speaker, after years of chaos under the Conservatives, we need a government focused on the interests of the people, the cost of living crisis, the healthcare crisis, our national security. We need a government of honesty, integrity and accountability. So will the Prime Minister finally accept that the only way he can help deliver that is to resign?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, set out my statement at all facts. And in September, when Bloomberg and Miles came to light, I asked the Cabinet to review the process, Cabinet Secretary to review the process. He told me the process was as it should have been. And as soon as information about security vetting came last Tuesday, asked for facts to be established by the Parliament. He asked me about the announcement before developed vetting. He said the evidence that I've given to the House from the former Cabinet Secretary and from the former Cabinet Secretary. In relation to the Ambassador and Simon case, Mr. Speaker, when I asked the former Cabinet Secretary to review the process after September 25, he specifically addressed whether the process had been followed by referencing the Simon case letter and assured me that the process was the right process to have followed. So in answer to his question, that was specifically looked at by Sir Chris Walmart. The review was conducted in September last year.
Sorry, die now.
The Prime Minister has gone on at considerable length about process and procedure. But ordinary people don't really care about process and procedure. They want transparency and want to know that they can have confidence in the words of politicians in this chamber. On the question of Peter Mandelson, it was in the 90s that Peter Mandelson had to resign from the cabinet for the first time because of his dealings with the millionaire Jeffrey Robinson. It was a few years later he had resigned from the cabinet for the second time because of his relationships with the billionaire and Judge family. Peter Mandelson has a history. Peter Mandelson has a history. And what this House wants to know is why, knowing Peter Mandelson's history, come back now 30 years, given what has been known, it's one thing to say, as he insists on saying, nobody told me. Nobody told me anything. Nobody told me. The question is, why didn't the Prime Minister ask?
Mr. Speaker, in relation to, let me be clear, I've not appointed Peter Mandelson. As soon as the revelations came to light, I did ask the Cabinet Secretary to review the process so I could be sure that this hearing on the 16th of September, setting up the conclusions that review, and assuring the process had been followed properly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has spoken about the process and the reviews and mind that went wrong twice. That is to be supported. But he's also asking the House of the country to believe that, notwithstanding the front-page media slash Peter Mandelson had failed the vetting process, there was nobody in Number 10 or in any government department that even thought to say, is there any truth in this? Could I have a briefing on that? We need to knock this story down. If nobody asked, that is a shameful thing. And if nobody asked, does it not say to the Prime Minister that the operation of his government was seen to be process, strategy, review, never my fault, is not disabled and is not welcome to the country at large?
In answer to this question, the FDJ was repeatedly asked in light of inquiries. The same answer came back because a clear decision to be taken. This information was not going to be disclosed. And it was disclosed to me, let alone to anybody else. So yes, repeatedly the FDJ was asked, the same answer came back, and the answer was given to me. The decision was that I wasn't so, and nobody else was no. Was wrong.
On the side of the House, at least, from my honourable friend, many will appreciate his apology today, but many of us will remain bewildered still by a point to a place despite the warning that many are speaking. Isn't the reality this? That when he sought to realise his ambition to become leader of the Labour Party, with a little base of the Labour Party, he became dependent on McSweeney and Mandelson, Labour together to organise, fund his election. And when he became Prime Minister, the reward of McSweeney was control of Number 10, and for Mandelson, the highest diplomatic office. And the message, the unspoken message to civil servants was, what Mandelson wants, Mandelson gets. This has damaged the party I've been a member of 50 years. I urge him to take steps to clear this toxic culture out of our party. I think the first step I need independent inquiry to lay together.
Mr. Speaker, can I just deal with what's at the heart of action in relation to the message to civil service? I don't say that. Mr. Speaker, is simply not good enough on the question of national security, where clearance, the recommendation clearance to be denied, for anyone, particularly civil servants, do anything other than provide me with relevant information, and that is what the happened in the state.
Sir Jeremy Wright.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been very clear about his view of the urgency of his response since he learned of this vetting information. So I want to ask about the events of last week. He will know that the Intelligence and Security Committee asked for any information relevant to vetting to be supplied to it in the first tranche of information we were to consider. We didn't receive anything about vetting at that time. The Prime Minister has told us now that on Tuesday evening he became aware of the information he has set out. But the Intelligence and Security Committee was not told about the existence of that information. Information the Prime Minister must have recognised was within terms of the humble address and would need to be supplied to the IC. We weren't told by his officials about the existence of that information until Thursday, after it had published its existence and published in the Guardian newspaper. So I'm bound to ask the Minister this. If that information's existence had not been disclosed by the press, would we have been told about it? And if so, why did ISC have to learn of its existence from the Guardian and not from government?
Thank you for his question. And the answer is yes, it would have been provided to the committee. And I think, as he acknowledged, it has been provided to the committee. The reason for delay is on Tuesday night, I found out that the recommendation be made to deny clearance had yet clearly been given. I want to understand who gave that clearance, on what basis, and who knew about it. So I can make House and obviously make the information available to the committee, and that's why I asked on Tuesday night my officials urgent to do, so the full picture could have been put before the House and the committee, and I make sure that full picture is put before the committee.
Mr.
Speaker, many of my constituents are rightly appalled that someone who betrayed just our country, but every single victim of trafficking was able to serve in such prestigious position. Whatever the judgment and security file, that decision to a point was wrong, and I welcome Prime Minister's owning and apology for the moment. Many of my constituents also quite concerned to learn that the single democratically elected official incumbent was formed that decision. Given this, unlikely is the Prime Minister getting much across to ensure that the picture, so a democratic decision within the full picture for his crucial response.
Prime Minister, can I comment? Mr. Speaker, that's precisely what I've asked for the entire vetting process to be reviewed by Secretary in full court. And I've made it absolutely clear to this House and to the civil service, my strong view is that the information was not provided to me, could be provided and should have provided.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister wants us to focus on process and not his judgment. But this entire episode is the direct result of his decision to make direct appointment to one of the most senior roles in the SCDO of somebody who was wholly appropriate for the role. So can the Prime Minister at least confirm to the House that this was a singular error of judgment and that his declaration has not posed political appointee any other senior role in the SCDO?
In relation to the decision, yes, it was my decision. It was error of judgment. That's why I apologise to the victims of Epstein. I've done it again today and right to say. In relation to the second point of this question, whether any other political points, I will have to just check on that and get back to him because I'm not. There are many appointments made. Very many appointments made to the decision. I will just check for him.
Mr. Speaker, how do the public understand the importance of independent security vetting, why sensitive personal information must be protected? They're also shocked that decisions of such significance could be taken without knowledge of the Prime Minister. I have worked closely with the Prime Minister and know how seriously he takes national security and accountability to this House. So can the Prime Minister sit out what steps he will take to remove any ambiguity so where the Syrians the risks of elected ministers ensure accountability to this House, to the country is always held.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That is why last week the Chief Secretary removed the suspended power of the FDO to make a recommendation to petition contrary to the recommendation of UKSD.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has twice rebuffed both the Liberal opposition and the Liberal Democrats when he said that the then Cabinet Secretary advised the Prime Minister to get the clearance before the announcement. I'm going to read one sentence from a document entitled Option 3 to make Washington from the Cabinet Secretary to him personally. It says, if this is the route you wish to take, you should give us the name of the person who would like to report, and we will develop a plan for them to acquire the necessary security clearances and do due diligence on any conflict of interest or other issues which you should be aware before confirming your checks. How doesn't he hear about what Mr. Woodall said a year later? That's the advice there. Why didn't he follow it?
Mr. Speaker, I agree with Ms. Casey's advice. The process that was followed was understood to be a usual process. In other words, it was subject to the security fitting. It is why, when Sir Chris Walmart looked at it in September, he addressed the question by reference back to Simon Casey's letter. Because I wanted to know the process that had been followed was the right process. And that is what Sir Chris Walmart looked at. He looked at expressly by reference to the Simon Casey letter that has just been read out, assured me that the right process was followed when he reviewed it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anybody who knows the Prime Minister will know full well that he would never, ever deliberately mislead this House. But the reality is this, Mr. Speaker. Ex post facto vetting is utterly pointless when the appointment is political. And the trouble, Mr. Speaker, that we'll face is that trust in the Prime Minister and in politics is diminishing as this sorry saga continues. So in the 17 days we have leading to those very important elections of a main question, those very important elections, what does the Prime Minister propose to do to win back the trust of the country?
Mr. Speaker, in relation to his point about vetting political appointments, I don't agree, but I do agree that the due diligence for direct ministerial appointments should be the same as for any other appointments. It clearly wasn't. That's why I ordered that it be changed in order to make sure it is the same process, whether it's a direct ministerial appointment or another appointment. In relation to the country, Mr. Speaker, it is important we remain focused on the cost of living and on dealing with the war on fronts we face in the country, and I intend to do that.
Stephen Flynn.
Through the entire process, it's that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom chose to proactively ignore the victims of Jeffrey Epstein when he made the political choice to put Peter Mandelson in as the UK's most senior diplomat in the United States of America, despite knowing that he has maintained a friendship with Jeffrey Epstein himself. We have since seen Peter Mandelson being investigated for potential misconduct in public office. We, of course, now learn through media that Peter Mandelson had failed security vetting. The Prime Minister blames all this, all of it, on judgment of others. I'm interested in his judgment. Does he believe himself to be gullible, incompetent, or both?
Mr. Speaker, I'm asking for a question. I've laid out the relevant facts. It is absolutely clear that nobody is suggesting the information was made available to you. It was made available. It should be made available. And I've not made it made available. It is nice to have facts in some considerable detail to the House with relevant quotes from all relevant players.
Thank you, Speaker. The Prime Minister is being candid about some of the changes in this process. I'm sure he will share frustration across this House that revelations keep coming and the matter keeps coming back to Parliament. Now, he says that he has acted to prevent any further challenges in the vetting system for the government for senior appointments. Can he therefore give all our constituents and this House the reassurance that he has no further sense there will be any challenges to any other senior appointments through the vetting process that this government has made?
Mr. Speaker, that is precisely why I asked for a review to be carried out of the security vetting. I have never believed that to be the case, but what won't be sure about the security vetting process, and that's why I've asked Ray and Wolf to look at it and give you that further assurance. We'll then have to pass that on to the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister just told us after he sacked his master, he changed the process so the announcement cannot be announced until our security vetting passed. Why did he do that? He didn't think there was a problem with security vetting.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in September, it became clear to me that in relation to the due diligence being carried out at the Cabinet Office, Peter Mandelson had been asked questions by myself and given answers which were truthful. That was exposed by Bloomberg emails. At that point, I became concerned about the entire process. I asked for a review of the process by Chris Wall, which she carried out, but I also made it immediately clear that I would change the due process so that whether it's a ministerial appointment or any other appointments, the same process was gone through. And I also want to make clear that I did think that it was right that appointments she announced for security vetting was gone through in any circumstance, and therefore I changed it straight away.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents are deeply concerned about the appointment of Peter Mandelson, and they want to see complete transparency going forward. I'm really concerned to read that the civil servants in their Cabinet office may have had this information about a month ago. It has taken them this long to be able to be in a position where they can share the information with the democratically elected person making this appointment. What can the Prime Minister share with us today so that we don't have to face this type of issue going forward?
Prime Minister. I just add on, because what happened was the information came to the attention of senior civil servants who were in fact doing the compliance work on public address. When they saw the information about their vetting, they took legal path straight away to ask whether it's legal to disclose that to me. They got advice. As soon as the advice was given, they disclosed it to me straight away last Tuesday. It was the right and appropriate thing for them to just know criticism what they did.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that last September, MI6's finding amounts of compromising citizenship was accurate. I mentioned myself on September the 15th, 2025. He failed his security vetting. We also know former Cabinet Secretary advised the Prime Minister to carry out security clearance of Mandelson before his appointment. It was reported in the Times yesterday that Mandelson was given STRAP, very, very highest security vetting, well beyond DV, despite being failed DV. It's likely the Americans will have serious questions about what secret affairs a compromised British ambassador might have access. Despite all this, we also know that PM number 10 were utterly determined to appoint Mandelson as ambassador to DCC, can't tell or high water. My question is why?
I have ordered a review of any national security issues raising a resolution what I found out last Tuesday, and I'll update House when that review is complete.
Dr. Rupert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank the Prime Minister for his heartfelt statement. And if a garden party's actions not worse, for reviving the post of anti-governance, it was vacant for 3 of his predecessors, years and years, starting with Boris Johnson's lockdown breaches. To curse the Prime Minister, now that we have the heavyweight Margaret Walsh in post, what plans does he have for this broader policy area?
Well, I'm sure that Margaret will do a very good job in that role. She's done so many other roles previously.
First said the Prime Minister that Mandelson should be appointed as our ambassador to the United States, or was it just his own idea? Did it never cross his mind that Mandelson was at risk of failing the vetting process? And before sacking Oliver Robbins last week, did the Prime Minister ask him why he overruled the verdict of security vetters, and if so, what was his explanation?
I did ask him, I didn't get his explanation. That's why I sacked him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the beginning of February, in February 2026, we learned that Peter Mandelson had shared highly sensitive government information with Jerry Epstein from former Prime Minister Gordon Brown. At that juncture, if there was an issue, I would be forensic in recognising a security risk and wanting detailed answers. What's not adding up for me is why we are now in mid-April before we get this information, and why the Prime Minister didn't drill down to assure that we had the security information, which clearly we learned that Peter Mandelson had reached.
Mr. Speaker, at that point, I did ask order the review of the security vetting because I was concerned it had failed. In fact, because of information I wasn't given, it hadn't failed, but actually, given the recommendation, clearance should be denied. The fact that when I ordered a review of UK SP, senior officials in the Foreign Office didn't at that stage, if at one stage, raise my attention to the information is astonishing, because I was ordering a review of the process which just that it failed, in fact, had flagged the relevant concerns.
Thank you, Speaker. First point from my honourable the member for New Forest West. I think the Minister does do it to the House. Tell us what Dr. Roberts' response to him was when he said he'd overruled that. Because in my experience, that senior officials are very keen to deliver on wishes ministers, particularly a newly elected Prime Minister. And my concern here is that implicitly, as other members have made the point, Oliver Robbins was responding to a desire from the Prime Minister, because it's perfectly clear in all of the newspapers, I guess you're out there about Mandelson, but the Prime Minister decided to proceed anyway. The official wished to deliver on the desire of the Minister. That's why he overruled the advice, and I fear also gave the Prime Minister a degree of plausible deniability.
Let me answer that. In relation to Sir let's start by saying he's had a distinguished career. I must say, I do say that. I still not saying that he should have provided the information could have provided to me. He's giving evidence tomorrow, but I can say to the House that when I spoke to him on Thursday, his view to me was that he couldn't provide this information to me because he wasn't allowed to provide the information to me. I don't want to put words in his mouth because it's very important to give evidence. In relation to the question that's being asked of me, when I said why wasn't it shared with me, I've been asked what question I put to him, and I've been asked to answer, and I'm trying to give that answer. I'm trying to give it without putting words into Roberts' mouth, because I don't think that's for me to do so. What he said to me was essentially that he took the view that this process did not allow him to disclose to me recommendation UK SC. No doubt he'll be asked questions about that. That is the reason that he gave me.
Sir Champion.
There are
61 conflicts raging around the world. I've never known international diplomatic relationships be more fractured. FCDO is pushing through 40% cuts in aid and 25% cuts of staff, all under watch of the Permanent Secretary. So can I ask the Prime Minister, what risk assessment was carried out before he was removed?
Mr. Speaker, I was dealing with a very this issue. I asked MIT to establish urgently the facts on Tuesday night. I spoke to the former Permanent Secretary on Thursday night. As a result, about the information I had and the exchanges I had, I made clear that I no longer had confidence in him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The problem the Prime Minister's got is no one believes it. The public don't believe him. He's on this side of the House don't believe him. He's on global backbenchers don't believe him. So as the Prime Minister agreed with me, he's lying.
Prime Minister. So we don't use those words now. You remember with late.
Mr. Speaker, I have great respect for you and your office, but I will not withdraw. That man couldn't lie straight in bed.
Mr. Hanson, you'll have to leave. Phil Riddle.
Mr. Ollie Roberts came before the Foreign Affairs Committee on 3rd November last year. He was asked by my honourable friend, a member for Liverpool, whether, in the context setting, Lord Melson's appointment was escalated. I need to maintain the integrity of the vetting system, so Oliver replied, and I quote, "I certainly cannot comment on that, I'm afraid." Does the Prime Minister not find it perverse that when specifically asked by members of Parliament about Anderson's vetting, Sir Ollie inclined to discuss the very topic we are now debating in this House?
Well, I've read that evidence, and it makes my strong view that the recommendation of UKSC could and should be shared with me, and could and should have been shared with the Foreign Secretary, and thus with the Select Committee, and should have been.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, the question raised by my honourable friend, the member for Hertfordshire, Mr. Speaker, is not pretty poor form. The Prime Minister shells the blame for this, particularly onto Ollie Robbins, the fine and experienced civil servant who was appointed 2 days after the Prime Minister's Madison announcement. Surely, Mr. Speaker, the buck stops at top.
Prime Minister, Ollie Robbins has had a distinguished career, and I've worked with him for a number of years. Nonetheless, he could and should have shared this crucially relevant information with me before Peter Madison took his post. He should have done very much after that. It was because of that that I lost confidence in him. It doesn't mean he hasn't got a distinguished career. He does have a distinguished career.
Prime Minister for statement. I know the Prime Minister is aware that public confidence politicians need to improve in order to retain the past trust. With this in mind, reform has been accepting donations from millionaires in cryptocurrency, making it difficult to say who actually funds them. As the Prime Minister is saying, reform line of millionaires dodging cryptocurrency is a security risk.
Mr. Speaker, we take another message in relation to cryptocurrency.
Relevant, don't we? Let's move on.
Mr. Speaker, in the readout of the Prime Minister's meeting on the 15th of April on betting, it says, and I quote, "There is no evidence that the decision to grant DB, despite the UKSV advice, had been disclosed to anyone outside FCDO and UKSV until the document itself was shared with the Permanent Secretary of the Cabinet Office. He therefore saying that neither the Chair of the Joint Committee on Intelligence nor the National Security Advisor were aware of the security risk with our most important strategic ally until the vetting document itself was shared with Cabinet."
I understand that to be the case. Obviously, no, I understand it isn't my decision to withhold it. I understand, I've understood Roy's position correctly, that argument is he can't share it or couldn't share it with anyone, with anyone. Certainly wasn't shared with the National Security Advisor. I don't think it was shared with anybody else. But it's a question, as far as I know, it hasn't been until it was seen by my officials, legal advice was taken and shown to me, it wasn't shared with anybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Prime Minister for his statement. The clarity came within that and put it at the end. Despite the protestations of leaders of the parties and members of it, and includes some benches as well, I'm sure everybody is agreeing that the government today should take advice of that intelligence vetting services and act on it. In view of everything we have heard, this is a fundamental question for me. How can government act on intelligence services vetting advice if ministers don't get to receive that advice?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the organisation UKC is effectively defined decision source, so in the Foreign Office, there is a general part of the process in which final decisions are taken by Foreign Office officials rather than the recommendation of UKSC. This has now been suspended, so in Foreign Office as well, the recommendation of UKSC is what happens.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knows that he is the main character in an ongoing national scam. And given all the blame apportioned in his statement, it is incredible that only one person has lost their decision. But the Prime Minister also recognised it is incredible to learn that in Northern Ireland, a political appointment was made following the refusal to clear an individual for security access, that they have continued in their post, engaged on issues connected with the legacy of our troubled past with full security clearance, despite security service concerns, and they continue to the day. If the Prime Minister's order review by surgery will be assured it includes within the terms of efforts or separately a deep dive into the appointment of Marie Anderson, the Northern Ireland Police Ombudsman, why she was appointed, why the security information was ignored, how this can be the case.
Thank you, and I will ensure the review covers all the relevant issues and material and take into account issues.
The Prime Minister has the right to expect that his senior civil servants will always tell him the truth and the whole truth.
He will recall that Mrs. Thatcher used to say of Lord Young she liked David because he always brought her solutions and not problems, while other ministers brought her problems. Does he believe that there is a problem within the civil service, that promotion and advancement is on the back of not giving your ministers problems, and that on this occasion the senior official at the FTDO knew that if he didn't tell the Prime Minister what he ought to have told the Prime Minister, he was bringing him a problem?
Thank you. Just be clear. We have thousands of civil servants acting every day with integrity and professionalism, doing the job to their best ability. As I understand what Ollie is saying he believed he couldn't give me this information that's prohibited from doing so. I disagree with him. I think he should have given this information, but I don't think that there is any reason to suggest that a civil service will act for improper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just point out that the development process has always been highly protected, because otherwise it wouldn't work. People would not give information to the development process if they thought that any detail of that was likely to be disclosed, or even if the results of the assessment, low, medium or high risk, were likely to be exposed. And that is why the previous Labour government in 2010 wrote into the Constitutional Reform Government Act, Section 3, in order to prohibit that discussion. And if you, as I was saying, development is now going to be available to ministers on a routine basis, would it be undermining the very process on which we depend for our national security?
With respect, I don't agree with his analysis. I certainly agree that the information that's provided into the process by the applicant has to be protected, because anybody who's been through the process will know it's an incredibly detailed and intrusive process, and it's very important that individuals give full and truthful account of all the questions. That's why that needs to be protected. I do not accept that means that the recommendation of the UKSV cannot be shared with ministers, including the Prime Minister. I think the distinction between the two, I accept the first, I utterly reject the second.
The Foreign Office share the outcome of the vetting process, but not the conclusions of the vetting reports. Not just detail, but the conclusions too. If Prime Minister is going to own a decision, he needs to know what is within it, what changes will be making.
Thank you for the question, and that's why I'll review the entire process that could look at from start to finish, including the question of whether there should be any circumstances in which the recommendation of UKC could not be followed.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to try again, because a number of members, right honourable members, asked question. I'm quite sure I heard answers from the Prime Minister. Why did the Prime Minister choose to ignore advice from then Cabinet Secretary Simon Case, security lesson, before confirming Peter Mandelson as his pick?
I understood the appointment made subject to security vetting. That's what I was told. The question is a question I raised, which is why I asked Chris Olmer to look at the process, and in particular, he looked at the advice of the Simon Case to answer the question, was the process followed? And he gave me the answer that he thought, right, I've included that process.
I thank Honourable Wren for his say. For clarity, could he confirm too and when the UK security vetting report outcomes were made available, and also what guidance is given to senior officials must be escalated to the ministers?
The process with the UKSV informed CDO of their findings and their recommendation, and then there's an escalation process part of process in the sense that it is the FCDO in these particular cases to make the final decision, which is what they did in this case.
Speaker, I want to return again to the real nub of what this is. The Prime Minister knew, as we all knew, about his representation to who should actually be the ambassador in this particular case, and there had been sacked at Cabinet. But more than that, in the public domain at the time, were all linked clear with the Chinese companies and his meeting with Xi. Furthermore, his time with Sustainable, we say there after 2014 the invasion, not just that, his meeting with Putin, and of course, his relationship with Deripaska, who was negotiating on the tax levels and the tariffs on aluminium when he was the EU Commissioner responsible. So with all that going on, his announcement of this man into ambassador position, why do you think that therefore he did know something about him? He knew he was corrupt, he was corrupting, and he was the wrong choice. Surely that's why he returned cases review, cases advice, to have the review before he made decisions.
No, that's not the case. The judgment control point was made judgment call, and that was, and I apologise for particularly the victims of but the vetting process was carried out in the item to the House. I should have been told at the time of the recommendation. Had I been told, I would make the appointment.
Today's statement may well be about process and procedure, but surely, Prime Minister, the real issue is why, when Peter Mandelson's reputation was already known, was he ever considered such an important role?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that was my decision, and I apologise for it.
Thank you, Speaker. The Prime Minister said staggering unforgivable. He wasn't told about the vetting. But what's really staggering unforgivable is that he appointed Peter Mandelson before vetting. He appointed Peter Mandelson knowing about his friendship with P-Ful Epstein. What's unforgivable is the Prime Minister was walking with pandering to Donald Trump, standing victims and survivors. Now, the Prime Minister has not accepted as impulsory from his civil servants. He thinks that the country thinks as impulsory is inadequate from him. Will he take personal responsibility for his staggering and unforgivable judgment of his life?
Mr. Speaker, I've set out the House the facts I had in this particular case. I am staggered. I find it unbelievable. I wasn't given the information I should have given.
Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister made the political decision to appoint Peter Mandelson, but central to that decision, along with other policy and political position decisions, would have been the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney. Can the Prime Minister confirm to the House whether Morgan McSweeney passed all his security vetting, confirm whether or not Morgan McSweeney had handled documents for which he had anything other than the appropriate level of clearance?
All the appropriate and necessary development has taken place on 10 February as far as
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've been assured, there was no law that prevented Permanent Under Secretary telling the Prime Minister the outcome of Mandelson's developed vetting. Then, presumably by the same token, there's no law that prevented the Prime Minister from asking. So can he be very clear with the House on one point? Did he, as Prime Minister, ever ask the question, did Mandelson fail his vetting? And if he did ask that question, who did he ask that question of, and when did he ask it?
Peter Mandelson given to vetting clearance. That was the clear position. He was given clearance. That's the facts that has set them out.
The Prime Minister has always had the utmost integrity and honour. He's been dealing with this House, and he's an eminent lawyer who understands the consequences of deliberately coming here to dismiss the Parliament. On top of that, he also understands the likelihood of a paper trail unravelling such a deception. But it's inconceivable that he would intentionally mislead the House. But does he agree with me that all the documents relevant to this matter must be made public in accordance with the humble address that was passed on the 4th of February, and that no ministers or officials should engage trying to prevent any of those documents being made public?
Yes, we will put the humble address in full. That is the process that's going on.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said today, I know many members across this House who find this fact to be incredible. He's right, we do, along with his staggering lack of curiosity and his inability to take on board warnings about his good friend Peter Mandelson. Because the Prime Minister was given a due diligence document by the Cabinet Office, which told him several reasons why Peter Mandelson should not be appointed. Fair advice from government is the ceilings in Russia and China, and the fact that he maintained a relationship with Epstein after his imprisonment for paedophilia. The Prime Minister knew this, but appointed him anyway. Why, Prime Minister? Why?
Peter Mandelson was asked for specials on the back of due diligence exile, and he didn't tell truth in those answers. But look, the decision to enter was my error, and I apologise for it.
Russell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's accepted by any in these benches that the Prime Minister did not know the outcome of the vetting. But the Cabinet Secretary came on Tuesday, and she had clearly spent a month searching whether or not she could provide the advice that she did. So she really thought very carefully of the information that she brought. When the Prime Minister then launched an investigation, rather than coming straight to the House with the information that she had provided, was that because the information was insufficient to present to the House? And if so, when was he planned to come to the House?
It was essentially because all it told me was that the recommendation of UKSC was deny clearance. What didn't tell me was who then provided the clearance, why they do it, and who knew. And they were questions that the House obviously would want to raise with me. And that's my urgent ask for those fact attached that I could come to the House today and provide a full count that have provided to the House.
Before someone has, like, quote, frequent and uncontrolled access to top secret material or any access to top secret or coded, otherwise known as strat material. The Prime Minister's promised full transparency by asking 3 questions. Did Peter Mandelson have access to any top secret strat material before his DV clearance 20th of January? Did Peter Mandelson have any restrictions placed on his access to top secret strat material during his time in Washington? And if so, as the Prime Minister assured himself that Mandelson did not leak any of the material, just as he leaked mostly confidential material to Jeffrey Epstein and the Gordon Brown.
I did not understand that he had access to material before he took his post as ambassador. He did have access after the post, and I ordered a review of any security concerns they arise.
Mr. Speaker, I think all find it staggering that someone felt their security settings to be appointed to a critical role, and indeed more staggering as we've heard that the Prime Minister was informed of that failure. And I agree with the Prime Minister said he didn't need to know the details, we didn't need to know that he failed the security vetting. But in terms of the detail, the one to ask the Prime Minister this. If people didn't know what the terms were of security for Peter Mandelson, how could any minister, how could any official, how could any state deal with him on sensitive security issues? I understand the Prime Minister is doing an inquiry into that, but it's very important Parliament has oversight of that issue because I'm very concerned there's been a failure there that much of security interest.
I think in a case such as this, in relation to such a sensitive post, I think it's right somebody should be able to at all if the UKSC are recommending clearance is not given. So that will be my position on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was Prime Minister, Security Minister, Prime Minister my trap, and dealing matters of most significant national security, it was straightforward for me, as I was with him. I have answered this straightforward question. Pump made it clear that the ISC will see any material related to national security or international relations. In the course of that work, we clearly liaised with the Cabinet Office. When did the Cabinet Office know about this failure in vetting? Who knew? And why didn't they bring that material to the ISC when they found it? Well, we hadn't received it when he found out that this vetting had failed, and yet others must have known that it had failed.
We just the situation was that as part of the work being on the home address, this information came to senior officials immediately took legal advice on whether it could be included, handed that legal advice, immediately disclosed it to me. And that was the process. I think it can now be disclosed to the committee, albeit I think Thursday rather than Tuesday. But that's the process. And just to find out process, I think it was right for the senior officials having this information to get legal advice on what they could disclose and who do. I think that was the right thing to do. As soon as they got advice, they brought it to my attention.
And extension bushing upon these two houses of which he was formerly a member. Does the Prime Minister agree that the famous Armstrong memorandum on the conduct of civil service was correct and whole true in it said it is the duty of civil servants to make available to the Minister all the information and experience at his or her disposal which may have a bearing on the policy decisions to which he is committed or preparing to make, and to give to the Minister honest and impartial advice without fear or favour, and whether the ties accord with the Minister's view or not?
Prime Minister. Yes, I do agree with that. That's why this information could and should be shared with me at first opportunity. That was before Peter Mandelson took up his post as Ambassador.
The Prime Minister is hiding behind the thicket of legalese and procedure, but he has a track record of appointing the most favoured sons and daughters to plunge on the jobs and to the House of Lords. In Wales, we know all about Labour's unique the cricket UK's favourite burners of Giffen, brought up in the dead spot of dolly donations, and now take for a peerage. But the timing, Mr. Speaker. How will he explain to his party his role in bringing down Labour's century dominance in Wales in the forthcoming elections?
Mr. Speaker, I'm addressing a process related to Madam. That is some detail the House and answer the professions.
March 2024, Prime Minister announcing Peter Mandelson, the new ambassador, that he had unrivalled experience. This was despite the gravity of what was known about his record and available publicly. Is it not the case that Peter Mandelson's political appointment, which was personally decided by the Prime Minister, announced publicly before the security committee was completed, needed to progress and had to happen? However, it happened because Mandelson's role appointment of leadership campaign because it served the interests of one particular faction in the party.
Mr. Speaker, I don't accept that is reason for withholding from me the question about security clearance.
Joe Whittingdale.
The result of the Prime Minister's terrible failure of judgment is that for over a year this country's interests were represented in the United States by some of our own security services deemed to be security risks. Will he assure us that an investigation will take place into all aspects where our national security may be damaged, and that the result of that will be made available to the Intelligence Security Committee and will hold Parliament?
Prime Minister.
Yes, I will.
There's two sides to this. One is about process, another one is about judgment. On process, I believe the Prime Minister, where the Prime Minister was not told about security ventilators and had he won, he was sacked. We don't have a problem. But the problem is, I wouldn't know that who's actually running the country, and other ministers are kept by civil servants. On the issue, it was wrong and completely wrong in the first place to put Mandelson forward as ambassador. With the Prime Minister rightly confirming this week that no one is in position was for the security vetting process of all legal appointments that have been made.
This included review the lab and as soon as I've got findings, I'll share with the House.
David. Speaker, this saga is drawing to close. It will come to conclusion with Prime Minister's resignation, whether he can accept that or not. What I can't get is that ask me no secrets that will lie regime. He expects us to believe prevail at the very top of government between officials, not just ministers, the Prime Minister. He talked a lot today about what he did know and what he wasn't told. Well, he knew that Mandelson had a serious human frailty for other people's width. We knew that Mandelson was involved with the Russians. He knew that Mandelson was sacked twice as a government minister. Can the Prime Minister explain what was Mandelson's actual qualities that he would pursue in the role as US ambassador, and what steps had he taken to contain serious and measurable breach in national security at his point of Peter Mandelson facilitated?
Mr. Speaker, I make clear it was our point Peter Mandelson. There is reviewing on into any expertise issues may arise.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister saying that he should not have appointed Peter Mandelson. In November Foreign Affairs Committee, I asked about who sees betting and was told by Sir Ollie Robbins. Obviously, the vast majority are relatively straightforward. Ones that require more senior judgment and potentially a discussion about managing and mitigating risks are escalated appropriately. Questions being asked by a foreign secretary or ministers or officials number 10 should be a signal to civil servants to escalate this matter, given the controversial nature of this political appointment. So I would like to ask the Prime Minister whether concerns about links to Epstein, to other countries, anything else, were raised by him in conversations about his appointment at just full time of his appointment that would have signalled civil search should escalate.
Prime Minister. Well, just for different process. One was due to process carried out by in which we handled one questions. Separately, there was the vetting process in which the recommendation of UKFB was not shared with me until Tuesday evening.
There are two different ways in which MEs can inadvertently mislead us. One is either things that they say, but one is one of the things that they don't say. And that is why I'm particularly interested in the letter that my reputable friend, the member for Booler-Poppington, raised, one from Lord Hayes, because that seems to have been Britain's Prime Minister in November 2024, advising to political appointment to an ambassadorial role ought to be preceded by full security. And when it was before it was announced. So it was announced by the Prime Minister in December 2024. Did he wait on his decision there that he wanted to be subject to passing a full security vetting? What did he wait on his post?
Mr. Speaker, I understood the subject to develop vetting, but it was because of the process in September 25 I asked Cornwall to do a review for me of the process, and he did reference back to the same case letter.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm sure the Prime Minister is aware of the damage this saga has done to public trust in politics and politicians. However, I would like him to inform that his focus and the focus of the government is on the issues that matter most to the constituency family, in particular tackling the cost of living.
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, the focus of in the government on the fact we're facing wrong funds with serious consequences for the country, and we absolutely need to deal with cost of living, which is one issue for all our constituents up and down the country.
Report. Have views from the United States administration take a decision in Foreign Office to assist with Mandelson, our UK ambassador to Washington DC after the vetting right was received there?
Prime Minister.
I don't believe that they did. This was UK security vetting carried out in the way I described the House. The issue is that the recommendation was not shared with it. It was in the United Kingdom.
Very clear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for his statement? Could the Prime Minister provide the House with an update on the proposed legislation to remove peerage from mysteries here, like Peter Mandelson, who has fallen so far below what is expected of the serving in the House of Lords?
Prime Minister.
Yes, make that legislation works proceedingly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The risk stating the obvious. The Prime Minister has based his defence today and over this whole saga around his claim that he wasn't told. He wasn't told that Mandelson failed security vetting at least 11 times in his statement. He wasn't told. I'm just wondering how many times, on which specific dates, did he himself really ask for the permission?
Mr. Claim I was told, I wasn't told, and I don't think anybody is disputing that. The clearance was given on 29th of January 2025. That information was not provided to you. In September, I did ask specifically about the process. I did ask about the process. Sir Chris Coleman made it clear to me that in carrying out the review, he was not told about the security clearance recommendation was made. I can't both occasions that information should be provided both to me and the then County Secretary.
I thank the Prime Minister for his statement. In answer to my honourable friend earlier in the statement, the Minister said that he delayed coming to his house so that he could answer, amongst other questions, why UKSC was overruled. It seems wholly incredible that the decision was made on personal whim by a senior civil servant. Is it not that it was made because of the political pressure from number 10, but not the man who a particular fact in the Labour Party had looked for more on leadership for years? So can the Prime Minister explicitly now confirm his understanding of why the decision to overrule UKSC was made?
I don't declare that the view of anyone about Tundle provides an explanation, not provided with the information. He said the recommendation was not from some security clearance. We're talking about a very serious issue on a very sensitive case. I clearly should be given that information, whatever questions there are always there in government every day.
Roger.
The Prime Minister's aides agree that he's furious, hungry farmer. Well, why is it that he only ever seems to get hungry? He's trying to save his own kid. Is he not angry about the 600 men across the English Channel on small boats on Saturday? Is he not angry about the people who are queuing up for fuel at forecourt and can't afford the Chancellor's taxes? In truth, his government is now so paralysed that its only agenda is cleaning up the mess left by the paedophiling out.
I think any minister of any government that had been provided with this sort of information was rightly frustrated and angry.
Speaker, I want to take a moment in a statement to focus on young men who were exploited, abused, raped by terrorists in France. Years of being trafficked for rape, no one to turn to, and years of people not believing. The idea that Manson would call FT's conviction wrongful is disgusting. I cannot imagine how it felt for survivors to hear that. Again, with attack him, so can I ask the Prime Minister to take the opportunity again to say to those young men that this House believes them, and this government stands by them, and is he confident that no person with financial or personal links with sex traffickers would receive a DV in future?
Can I thank you for focus on the victims in this, and that's where I started the statement by making it clear there was a judgment on my part, and the apology I have made is to victims, because I know the impact this has had on them who are already suffered so much.
There was an asked question. We did believe received response. Was the Prime Minister aware Peter Mandelson was Director of Cinema before he was appointed?
Mr. Act on the information was provided to me in the due diligence process. The information was dealt with in the security test process and not been made available to me, nor can that detail be made available to me. So the recommendation should have made available to me.
Speaker, one thing that I find most difficult to understand in this process is that when this scandal erupted in September of last year, and before the Prime Minister came to this place and elsewhere to make statements about it, statements that he must have known would have involved talking about the vetting, why he simply didn't order officials to share vetting with, why did he, does he regret not doing it?
I did ask Sir Swarmod Cat review. I worked on the basis that all that information would be there with him. It was only last week that I found out from Sir Chris that he himself had not been providing information he should be provided for when he was carrying a review on my part.
Sorry, Colbert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I take the Prime Minister back to the question asked by the member from North and South New England a while ago, when he asked a quite simple question: why the Prime Minister didn't ask any questions whatsoever about the nature of the security clearance that Manson had achieved, or why there were any doubts about him, or was he so obsessed with his termination to appoint this tainted figure to be ambassador to Washington, he just wanted to ignore the rest, and the officials just went along with it? Why didn't he ask the simple, straight question? Prime Minister.
Peter Mandelson gave us security clearance, and that was clear to everyone who did himself. He was given clearance, was cleared, and he was asking the knowledge had been given clearance. As soon as it came to my attention last week that was against the recommendation of UKSV, I did ask for the official out before the House.
No more.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree that Peter Mandelson should never have been appointed. The Prime Minister has said this clearly and consistently, and taken responsibility, including by flood advising. That's the right thing to do. Can the Prime Minister give further assurance that the government will continue to comply with the humble dress in full?
Yes, I hang that assurance to it.
We got to you, Mr. Speaker.
As I said, things over the course of the last few months would have now turned out to around the vetting process of Peter Mandelson. Does the Prime Minister accept he inadvertently led to have comments?
I did not skip the House of Commons. I accept the information that I should have had, an information that the House should have had, should inform the House. I did not skip the House, and that was up the accountable.
Mr. Speaker, the Bloomberg files, which called the Prime Minister to sack Peter Mandelson, revealed that Mandelson had been leaking confidential government information to convict Peter Vale during Gordon Brown's government. In his role as ambassador to Washington, there will have been acted out highly sensitive and top-secret documents. So, knowing that this was his previous behaviour, is there any investigation by the government or security services in potential leaks during Manderson's tenure as ambassador?
That's why I'll review to carry out in relation to the material that could have caused any issues in national security.
Mr. Speaker, in September, it was revealed in the independent newspaper that Mandelson did not pass vetting by ISIX and therefore by UKSB. On the 16th of September, in the chamber, my honourable friend, the member for Tiverton Nine, mistaken the President of the Minister, the Right Honourable Cardiff Sackman. And here is information. The Minister authorised the party the specific claim there was true, and in the response was given that DV clearance was granted by the SCO, and KD did not see the clear difference between the question that was asked and the answer that was given. Does he agree with me that his own words, explanation bears belief?
Prime Minister. At various points, questions were asked, and questions therefore put to FCO. The answer back was the same because basically was not information could share anyone, including self.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Early day and Steve released an interview with hospice worker Rachel Benedict, who's 22 years old. She became one of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse. 27 years she has been waiting for the crimes to her to be recognised, and she told MC in a quote, until we are heard, till sides are heard and believed, and I don't think there's ever going to be justice. Does the Prime Minister agree that we owe it to the criminal victims like Rachel to put them first in these days and put it in the story, and that he's absolutely right to sack white Peter Mandelson, who refused to believe his victims, and if he did not care?
Well, I do agree with him for making sure the victims are central in this, as should be.
Mr. Speaker, Prime Speaker on now for nearly glass. Now, can I put it to him that the most charitable explanation could be put forward to explain the sorry sire is that it has been a bad, probably terminal case for 3 months. Sin no evil, spin over.
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, set out the scene in detail. Information would have been provided to me. It was not provided to me. If it had been provided, I would not have allowed Peter Mandelson to proceed in the way they did.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've heard, it's absolutely staggering that vital information on UKSB recommendations be withheld from ministers taking decisions. Can the Prime Minister assure now that in the review he is commissioning that we examine whether any other instances in which UKSB recommendations against granting BBC status, whether there are any other instances of that over not just the period of this government, the last 14 years, because they have potential to have very serious security implications.
I think I was such a the that what the review in place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I must be clear to the Prime Minister that many of us in this House totally scared with this whole mess. We believe that's nothing compared to the ranking polls of doors of Scotland. By voters who feel that they expect and will need to expect more fiscal than until they were promised. We focus on process today, but the Prime Minister wouldn't have had to come here, but had to stand at this spot, answer all these questions if he had not made the decision which he accepts was wrong to appoint Peter Mandelson to root this whole thing. So having accepted responsibility, what does the Prime Minister think the consequence should be for that, and how do we restore faith?
I'm just still Prime Minister in the room. There's lots of truck out with lots of picture. Let's speed up. Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. accepted their on my behalf, but I was not provided with information. Had I been provided with, I wouldn't be appointed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, the Minister said that to deal with an unconventional US administration, he needs an unconventional ambassador. So, Prime Minister, does unconventional now mean appointing a man to a senior position when we know his lies, corruption and misconduct has provided corruption at the very heart of our democracy now? Can the Prime Minister tell us when he first knew with the evidence and the advice and what he did?
Please, let's come to people in.
I firstly lost just upstairs at the House.
At the time when the Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador, was he aware that he had been a director of system?
I was aware it was in due diligence, and I thought that. I was aware of the issues that dealt with in the security vetting or the recommendation of UKSB.
Thank you, Speaker. Manson's appointment was a huge failure of the British state, and I work at the Prime Minister's handling Epstein's responsibility for his part in it. But does the Prime Minister agree that restoring public trust is a man fast and requires leaders on all sides to be careful with their language and to ensure that they understand the process that they're talking about, rather than throw out baseless accusation of quote lying?
I do agree with that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been absolutely clear that he should be shown the recommendation of UK security vetting. He knew he hadn't seen it, so why didn't he ask for it?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the first I knew that there had been a recommendation to deny clearance was Tuesday evening of last week. The security clearance had been given by the Foreign Office if Peter Mandelson took up a post. As soon as it came to my attention, I saw the information before the House today.
I'm going to take a minute and then I'm going to text you, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the public watching this matter would be baffled by the Commission who did what and when. So I think I'm going to come here today. But no Prime Minister or should be in a situation like this. Government processes in a critical information are not brought to the ministers. So I welcome forward a review. But will Prime Minister
look at the wider relationship between government and civil servants that the Trust can be restored.
Yes, we'll look at that, but I do just want to say again, thousands of civil servants act professional and integrity every day on say, and this information being brought by attention. I think will not be interested.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During this session of Parliament, we have seen the head of the ODR carry can and resign due to an error in Member 15. What will it take for the Prime Minister to carry the can?
Mr. Speaker, I was provided with information I should have been privy with. Had been provided, I would have made the decision. It was a deliberate decision. What negligence was a deliberate decision to tell me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Prime Minister for his statement, and thank you even more for the apologies of appointment to Mandelson. And being here today, I want to commit the word once said to record of Virginia G. Free. I feel particularly relevant to Mandelson. She said, don't be fooled by those Epstein circle who say they didn't know what Epstein was doing. Anyone who spent a significant amount of time with him saw him touching girls. He wouldn't want a creepy old man touching your daughter. They even said they did not know he was raping children, but they are not blind. I want to have across the House this consensus. We need to get to the bottom of this absolute except the Prime Minister does not know about security vetting. Can the Prime Minister please update that when we can have the next round of documents for holidays so we can get to the bottom of who did know one way?
Thank her campaign on behalf of the victims and many other victims in relation to abuse in particular, and her assistance to work with multiple victims first. We are applying with the umbrella dress as quickly as possible, and we'll comply with it all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Foreign Affairs Committee meeting back in November last year, I asked Oliver Robbins whether the Foreign Office had a different view about who should be recommended for posting of ambassador. So Oliver Robbins said to me that the Prime Minister took place and formed a view himself and we acted on that view. In the case, the Prime Minister was repeatedly warned before the appointment that Peter Mandelson carried reputational and political risks, including that due diligence was not exhaustive and then were not yet complete, and yet he chose to proceed regardless. Now the appointment overriding civil service lies put on national security at risk.
Mr. Speaker, simply don't accept that there's a good reason why I couldn't have been provided with the information that was withheld from me. Had it been provided to me, I wouldn't have proceeded with the appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Prime Minister for such a clear and comprehensive statement? I'm sure the whole House is grateful to him for doing so. Listening to part of the old adage about Rosestone's glass house has come to me. I don't think there are enough glass houses in Scotland to replace the one that they are breaking today. However, Mr. Speaker, having set the record straight, does the Prime Minister agree to me that it's now the time to return to the important business of government preparing the country's peace and security?
Yes, I do agree that the actual focus needs to be on the fact that we're facing a war on defence and actually which the government is agreeing.
The Prime Minister has told us that the Cabinet Secretary gave him bad advice, Peter Mandelson lied to him, and the Foreign Office didn't tell him anything. He's really in danger of being known as a mushroom Prime Minister. Kept in the dark and fed, I don't know if I said it, this is not that he restrained the dark. He knew in September there was a security vetting, and yet he never asked about it until April of this year. Surely that's indicating that despite having to be kept dark, he made it up anyway.
Mr. Speaker, what I did was ask for the process to review, and Sir Chris will carry out that review. Transferred last week that from with him in a review. So I asked for the review, I did ask questions, he gave me his conclusions, but neither he knew nor I knew was that he too will not hold relevant material in the course of that review.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the Prime Minister's statement. I've sat here and I've listened to one Conservative member after another pushing us about standards of honesty and integrity. The Prime Minister reminds whether this is same Conservatives who voted to change the rules of standards investigations in November 2021 just to get their colleague Owen Patterson off the hook. And can you remind us whether or not the opposition should abstain in that debate?
Reasonable people of the Prime Minister knew, and he inadvertently flipped Parliament, and he should resign. He didn't know. He's running in competition, blunt, and really should resign. And if he's lied to yet again, then he's simply too gullible and lying base curiosity to say the Prime Minister. Is Prime Minister so natural that he's the only person who can say that?
The difference with me, it was without conducting a committee review on my behalf that came clear yesterday of South Parliament.
On the 4th of February, at COM 780, my right honourable friend, the leader of the opposition, asked the Prime Minister, did the official security vetting that he received mention that Mandelson had an ongoing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Prime Minister, yes, it did. What on earth was it he received that talking about, which the right honourable lady referred to as the official security vetting? He said, yes, he received it.
The due diligence report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Prime Minister. I truly do, because he said very succinctly how he followed the processes and procedures. But I remember that we talked at a very embryonic stage of our profession, and if you become a client and there's something suspicious, then you contact the ethics line. As a member of other blind case counsel, that would in a trait that he was all too familiar with. So can the Prime Minister answer the basic question for the public? What did he take place to go?
Developed that clearance by the Foreign Office before he cut post. It was only last Tuesday that they found out that was against the recommendation of UPSC.
Joe, where is it?
Time reported last week that you repeatedly sought assurance from the FEO that Peter Mandelson has sleeping. Is this fact? And when did you seek these assurances?
Mr. Speaker, he got the clearance before he would come as ambassador. That clearance was given by the Foreign Office. I found out against recommendation on Tuesday last week.
Two questions.
Was the decision not to command Steve the head of security in FDO? I believe that's all your business. And secondly, what information does the Prime Minister know after sacking Peter Mandelson and making an appointment process, quote, an appointment was held to announce after vetting the past? It seemed ultimately this decision was made if the Prime Minister did know that Peter Mandelson had failed the vetting process. But what information did the Prime Minister know then that made him review the appointment process?
Well, the decision to grant clearance made by the FCA after in October, it became clear to the answer to due diligence that Peter Mandelson were not truth, and that's why I had to play the best reviewed ideas and also change the approach in relation to when vetting checks are carried out.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Prime Minister really saying that in the appointment of Peter Mandelson, he didn't himself consider that there might be issues with his vetting process, given his track record? And isn't it even more incredible that he then didn't query whether there had been any issues with that vetting process?
Actual matter is developing clearance before he took up his post as the ambassador. That was a decision taken by FTO.
Speaker, Mr. Prime Minister said this box and all the House, full confidence in the Prime Minister. The man's relationship with the beautiful Jerry FD was public knowledge. The Prime Minister knew and backed him away. How he came to have no idea that his twice by government minister had failed and success in spite of analysts that directly to Downing Street very soon. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the Prime Minister appointed answer because he owes his job to him. He appointed him, he defended him, and now claims his own thing. He's gaslighting the nation. It's called this. The Prime Minister is a best liar, and he hasn't seen that.
Say to me, you know, I know the white call my family. You've been down here. I'll give you all the plate. I'll give you before I read it. Give me option. Like that, you know, it's my duty to carry out and control subs. Hold on, no. Right. I am the Sultana, Minister of the name, the said member being suspended for the House. The question is, the Sultana be made and leave this House. All's in favour? Aye. I'm sorry for this. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 7 months ago, the national newspaper ran the story that Mandelson failed security vetting. So how is it even possible that no one in Umberton knew until last week?
A number of inquiries were made, questions were asked of FCTO, and the answer they gave was the same. They did not disclose to me or anyone in Umberton that UKSB had advised recommended against clearance.
When the Prime Minister asked his officials in January 2025, as he should did, that element surprised his voice. So, to actually pass the security clearance, what's the scenario then unfolded? Did our leader declare, I'm sorry, I can't tell you, Minister, I'm not at liberty today? Did he actually, to mislead Prime Minister, by simply say, yes, Prime Minister? Or what's more likely, did the scenario never take place? As the Prime Minister ever thought to us?
Mr. Speaker, what happened in January was that vetting clearance was given by foreign officers. That was the fact of the matter. So afterwards, I found that the second had now out this.
Speaker, in the box notes of Prime Minister dated 11th November 2024, the former Cabinet Secretary Simon Case advised the Prime Minister that before appointing a political appointee, he should get security clearance before announcing. The Prime Minister ignored that advice. The Prime Minister's response in that box note is redacted. So I ask a very simple question. What was he answer on that box note? And will he publish what he said?
Mr. Speaker, I made clear my position was the appointment to develop it. I can't in all conscience remember what exactly was in the paper. He's asked me the process the subject of developing that I asked Chris Wilmot to look at the process and refer back to Simon Hayes.
I'm running this 4 minutes.
He was foreign officer raised severe concern regarding Peter Mandelson really best known for China and Julian's report he was before the appointment was announced. Probably however, rest the concerned side and that Mandelson is a bastard nonetheless. Given what you give him excited already planned, it was sure predictable Mandelson would provide security vetting for the reason. But number 10 had really told foreign office reports on Robin's to see appointment, notwithstanding these issues, as he did, are in place and so fast. So how can a busy made by a lawyer and brilliant servant?
Considering my attention, if I should brought my attention, he does, so I wouldn't make it.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also fucking knew about Steve Mandelson. The Cabinet of Union support since Prime Minister 24th on 11th of December 2024 said Mandelson served the needs of the Russian Law Museum, which is for John Shaw of TI, the technology company. Mandelson remained on board until June 2017, long after Unions allegation Crimea 20 So will the Prime Minister finally confirm that he knew that Mandelson was a system long after the invasion of Crimea, but appointed him new?
I didn't want with the due diligence report. I made clear the House number of times I've actually made clear the House on this occasion.
Speaker, I can send you to speak that the Prime Minister run up to if he runs out of people to throw at him. The issue is that the Prime Minister has said that he never turn on stuff and you should never turn on stuff. Well, Sue Ray's going and can so this one more thought out, when must we act? And now we've been set. The Prime Minister said that the bust with him, this is his ongoing thing. Price.
Mr. Speaker, the information was withheld by me, by FDO, and the Secretary of State of the House.
My question to the Prime Minister is straightforward. If we move away, any of us as parliamentarians know about this issue before others?
No.
To override the outcome of the vetting process, the SCDO must be under pressure of someone. Did you try and the Ambassador for harassment of behaviour for a Prime Minister who based himself on the process? So whose idea was it, and who was playing pressure?
I just reject the idea that any pressure is a good reason not to disclose to the Prime Minister that UKFE recommended against clearance for a very senior sensitive appointment. I don't accept that that's an adequate reason for the pressure.
Document.
Prime Minister is suggesting the IT security services are concerned about something that was published 2 weeks ago, despite the fact on the front page of the national newspaper in September. My question about vetting for we all know the answer, President. Sent to the meeting, are there any secretaries being made aware any element of security services raised concerns about the point of mandem?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I knew was security clearance given by Foreign Office where to the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents like Van across Northern Ireland across the UK will discuss we have had so many times discussing the issue when it should have been to for the first time it came to press. Does the Prime Minister understand that every time we go through this, we destroy the reputation of this place, no matter who the government today is, party we can stand for that, and I know this is properly butted. It's about protecting the reputation of this place. Do you understand?
That's why I wanted to give the House all right information trying to come this afternoon.
Good job.
So we established that the Prime Minister did indeed know Tim Middleton, the director of the scheme, when he appointed him. Why on earth would the Prime Minister be so reckless that our national security would do that?
Speaker, I made clear that I knew was in due diligence. Also made it clear that CEO granted a security clearance before Manson took his vote.
Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The simple question that we still don't have an answer to. Did Peter Middleton fail his procedure because his relationship with Jerry Epstein was for some reason as yet undisclosed?
Mr. Speaker, the information that's fed into the review and read through is protected because this is not an issue, it's an integrity of the press. What I don't say is that means can't be put the recommendations out there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Prime Minister the difference between the due diligence information from the Cabinet Office and the security to enhance in place when he appointed Peter Madsen on the 18th of September.
Did know the difference.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After years of legal conduct under the previous government, the Prime Minister promised integrity and accountability. But constituents in Stratford Devon are not seeing change. They are seeing more of the same, a continued government where warnings are ignored and standards safe. Why should anyone believe that he is still capable of delivering the change that promised?
Mr. Speaker, I made the relevant inquiries and put the whole picture for the House. The press can as much in the afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a humility day for the Prime Minister and the House and the whole country. And yet, even still, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has been open with he's relying some later inquiry where the Cabinet Secretary told him in the official briefing that he must seek a vetting prior to the appointment of political appointee. It's true, isn't it, Prime Minister? Can you give us straight answer, Jeff Holmes?
The process was subject to being check being carried out. Had I been made aware of the recommendation of the UK SP, I would have made what I did after the end was to look back at the process, which did according to by reference to some case. He assured me the process has been carried out properly.
If Orly Robin Thurden should have provided this information to the Prime Minister at the first opportunity, as I said today, all his centralised capital, Antonio Romeo, Cabinet Office, feels second information nearly a month before bringing it to Prime Minister when the Guardian started asking questions on round 10. So surely, if he wanted to accept that they need legal advice to do what he's saying, should have obviously backed Orly Wins for bringing him information immediately.
They acted telepromptly. The K-property information as part of the address exercise, they took legal advice on the could be disclosed to and discussed it with me as soon as they got legal advice. That's what I had to do.
On the 4th of February, Peter Middleton was notified by the appointments in change from the FCDA that requires strap access in addition to TV. He started the role on 10 February. On what date did Peter Middleton receive strap access?
I don't have some date, but I'll endeavour to find out.
Given what the employing Peter Middleton was and maintain friendship with him, referred to website, Western China, Russian test of business, treatment. My really want to ask Prime Minister is this. What are unique defining human quality of the man who's decided it's okay to you that he should be politically appointed to the US Minister? And why now is still defending him and process that they're calling what's wrong and taking responsibility and resigning?
I'm not taking my process, I'm taking the process of the House.
Mr. Speaker, custodius ipsos solis, the Prime Minister will know who God got sent with that in mind and holding this how it can. Can explain why he took more than a week or almost a week to go to his house when it will have been 2 months much sooner.
Prime Minister, I wanted to know who took the decision, the basis upon which they took it, and who knew about the decision, I said I'd forget the House, which is what I'm talking
Mr. Speaker, this House and country is being asked to believe that though he is the Prime Minister, making the most critical diplomatic appointment that the United Kingdom can make, that he, Prime Minister, in the midst of the raging controversy that broke, never asked a nominee in security vetted. Isn't that staggering and incredible? When it comes to our national security advisor, what does he know? What does he know? Does he know that?
The attendant on the process began very much September 25 when the Bloomberg emails were published. That's when I read the Cabinet Secretary carried out a review of the entire process and set out this afternoon.
The Price was supposed to blame official this article. So can you confirm that you know the names of FTDO civil servants that the Sims override UK FB on 29 January 2025 East One has made a decision to benefit from unity pending full independent inquiry? Yes or no?
Speaker, I set up to the House this afternoon. I have ordered a review by Secretary Alford of security vetting so that any future need we can put in place.
Speaker, a stand-up to Middleton nursing clearance was conditional on him being accompanied to meetings with former clients such as Palantir. Will the Prime Minister clarify why there is no record of his and Peter Middleton's meeting with Palantir in Washington, and will he tell House what it was all about?
Speaker, that was routine meeting a couple of visits I was on in the US.
The Prime Minister is being told that he was not told or was allowed to be told. But what culture has the Prime Minister created around him and was service that no one felt they could or should tell him to take information?
I reminded him that the last 2 weeks, seen fish was challenge, which is what they. Before they brought my attention on Tuesday, if they what to ask for the state house.
End chaos actually restore the state and take it to the government. Does it think that a man who called a convicted sex offender this pat, whose connections with this are already well known, is consistent to that promise. And if it is, will he step aside and let Mel end his chaos and restore honesty and sensitive governance?
Mr. Speaker, I've accepted that I did already apologise at the tips I mutton aside.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On 4th February, my friendly opposition asked the Prime Minister whether the petition process is closed for permission of deputy. The Prime Minister answered, yes, it did. In response to my friend refused for his request, he said, I'm confused between vetting and closure. Then the answer to my friend, you'll remember, the Sabbath and said, new difference. If that's what Measling House was.
Well, I'm asked about vetting process, the due diligence of that process, and rather than, as it were, on a technicality, I give now the information that I had about what I knew in the due diligence. It was clear the Leader of Lipton was asking. It was Epstein. I knew there was a due process, a due diligence, and that's what I told her about it.
The Prime Minister promised, unlike the Tories, his government gun out and stop public trust. Yet this whole sorry Madison saga has recalled the belief in young beyond that no government politician can change. And the Prime Minister is saying my constituents why he lead the dead cabinet secretaries get the security clearance before confirming Harrison as ambassador.
Mr. I've dealt with this on a number of occasions.
Right, the complete number of questions will let the function change over.
Before I call the Minister to make a statement on recent anti-Semitic attacks, I should inform the House that in some cases, charges have been brought, and those cases, including the attack at Hassel Community Ambulance Service at Manchester Synagogue, therefore should be detained. With respect to more recent incident in Kenton and in Finchley, arrests have been made, but charges not yet brought. I remind honourable members that they should not refer to details of any specific cases currently before courts, and they should exercise caution with respect to any specific cases that must subsequently come before court in order not to produce those proceedings. We now begin then in this House.
Madam Deputy, with permission, I will make a statement about the appalling incidents of recent days targeting Jews and opponents of the Iranian regime. I will begin with the facts. Counter-terrorism policing confirmed that they are investigating a series of arson attacks incidents that occurred in London over recent days. These include an arson attack at a synagogue in Finchley, Wednesday the 5th of April, suspected arson attack targeting a premises in Hendon linked to a Jewish charity on Friday the 17th of April, suspected arson attack targeting a synagogue in Harrow on the evening of Saturday the 18th of April, a day for incident in the early hours of yesterday morning outside a residential premises in Finchley and opposite a synagogue. These events through the arson attack of volunteer-led ambulance service run by the Jewish community in Golders Green on the 23rd of March. And last week, there was also an attempted arson attack on a Persian language media organisation that has previously been the target of serious threats linked to the Iranian regime and their proxies. 8 arrests have now been made in connection with that incident, and 4 people have been charged. Now, Madam Deputy, Jewish communities across the UK will be distressed and dismayed by these horrible attacks. And I know that I speak for honourable members right across this House when I say that there is no place in British life for anti-Semitism. Attacks on British Jews are an attack on all of us. We will do whatever it takes to stop the cowards and the thugs who seek to intimidate our Jewish communities. Now, the police response over the weekend has been decisive. 15 arrests have already been made. In addition, a range of capabilities have deployed to deter potential attackers and to reassure communities. Over the weekend, the Metropolitan Police significantly increased the number of officers in and around North West London. Uniformed and plainclothes officers have maintained a strong presence around Barnet, and additional stop and search powers have been introduced across the borough. Response vehicles and counter-terrorism policing resources have been employed alongside local policing to respond to potential threats. Now, to ensure the police response is a sustainable one, the government has already committed additional £5 million for this financial year to support the deployment of specialist officers across the country to support vulnerable communities under Project Servitor. That is in addition to the record £73.4 million annual funding for protective security, Jewish, Muslim and other faith sites. This morning, I visited Finchley Roman Synagogue with the Deputy Commissioner, a local MP, member of the House. Community leaders saw firsthand the strengthened police presence and the resilience of those affected. I reaffirmed our commitment to protect all those who have been targeted. The government's commitment to supporting British Jews is an enduring one, taking first steps to root out anti-Semitism where it appears across public life, from public services to universities to charities and beyond. We'll back up our words with action. This includes launching an urgent review of anti-Semitism within the NHS, inducing mandatory training and investing £7 to tackle anti-Semitism in schools, colleges and universities. This is a whole of society effort grounded in close engagement with Jewish communities. We are determined to tackle issues that have a daily impact on the lives of our Jewish communities. An amendment to existing powers will allow police to deal with repeat protests by taking into account the cumulative effect of protest activity. And Home Secretary Lord MacDonald undertake a review of public order laws to ensure people can go about their lives without fear of intimidation. The government has also set out its vision for a fair, tolerant and decent country. We're in British of protecting what matters. Our action plan to tackle threats to social cohesion and to counter the scourge of extremism. The plan makes significant spending commitments, including £800 million to expand the Biden Plus programme to 40 new neighbourhoods, plus new investment in community resilience, schools linking and local media. This vital effort requires us to work collectively across government and with additional partners, and we driven forward by my honourable friend, Community Secretary. Furthermore, we're actively protecting Persian
Good morning. The 79th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will resume its consideration of Agenda Item 64 entitled Use of the Veto to hold a debate pursuant to Resolution 76/262 of April 26, 2022 on the petition as which the veto was passed by 2 permanent members at the 10,130th meeting of the Security Council on April 7, 2026 under the agenda item titled Situation in the Middle East. Documentation under the item is listed in the Journal of the United Nations. I will now make a statement as President of the General Assembly. Excellencies, thank you for joining this 21st meeting of the Veto Initiative, convened on this occasion in response to Veto's call on a draft resolution of the Security Council on April 7th pertaining to the Strait of Hormuz. The Veto Initiative was established in 2022 to increase accountability around glaring issues of the veto and, by extension, the inability of the Security Council to fulfill its core responsibility to maintain international peace and security. This meeting is a direct reflection of their mandate. In light of the Council's failure to support efforts needed to save and unimpeded passage of the Strait of Hormuz, the General Assembly now has both the opportunity and the responsibility to ensure the debate on the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz does not end with the casting of a veto. Member states likewise have the opportunity to speak out on the ongoing conflict and the situation in the Middle East more broadly, to hold the Security Council accountable, and, importantly, to remind all parties involved of the obligations under the UN Charter and international law. Because every resolution not passed in the name of peace and security, every violation of international law carries real consequences for people on the ground, for the countries and communities affected. And as past weeks have made clear, in our interconnected world, there is nothing theoretical about compliance with international law. What unfolds in one region echoes across all others, with deep and multi-system consequences everywhere. Oil prices have surged by more than 40%, rising to around $100 per barrel, with spikes of $110. Disruptions linked to conflict have moved up to 1.5 million barrels per day of global supply, by a sharp increase in fuel transport and broader trade costs. The disruption of fertilizers has exacerbated food security for millions of vulnerable people. The IMF cut its growth outlook for 2026, noting the threat of global recession. Economic repercussions are felt everywhere. For example, as far away as New Zealand, where airlines have been forced to slash services, and the Philippines, where it even had an energy emergency. It will lead to resolution focus on the Strait of Hormuz. What we are witnessing is not a crisis, but the convergence of vital, overlapping, and long-standing fault lines, which did not start on the 28th of February. They include attacks against civilian and commercial infrastructure, from oil and energy systems to airports to vessels and shipping containers to most shockingly schools and communities. Attacks that are prohibited under international humanitarian law, which protects civilians. They include tensions for Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile programs. It includes grave human rights violations, most notably the killing of thousands of peaceful protesters in Iran. It includes persistent threats, including attacks against Israel. It includes deaths of thousands of civilians, including children, in Iran and Lebanon, as well as missile attacks and casualties across the region, embracing Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, and Iraq. And it includes the diversion of international attention from the ongoing catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, and the need to fully implement Security Council Resolution 2803, as well from negative developments in West Bank, where we continue to see intensified violence against Palestinians and the expansion of illegal settlements by Israel. Take care together, take the lessons. These realities cannot be ignored, nor can they be separated. They form the broader context within which this current crisis is unfolding. Now more than ever, dear colleagues, there is a need to refocus our efforts on diplomacy, on negotiations, and on the peaceful settlement of all disputes in the Middle East, in full accordance with the UN Charter and international law. It is there for a reason. In this regard, I commend all parties who have continued to pursue diplomatic solutions, including those efforts that have to broker the initial ceasefire between the United States and Iran, which must be respected by all parties and extended throughout the region, including Lebanon. Indeed, if the Security Council is unable or unwilling to fulfill its charter responsibility in the maintenance of international peace and security, then the General Assembly asks you to step forward. We must then move from debate to action. I therefore encourage all member states to put forward concrete, forward-looking solutions, including draft solutions, and help move beyond current impasse, not only with regard to the Strait of Hormuz, but across the region as a whole. Knowing what a difficult, fragmented time we live in, and fully aware of what might come, we should not reduce diplomatic engagement, but rather seize the opportunity to build on the initial fragile ceasefire, including through the efforts of the newly appointed person envoy of the Secretary General on the Middle East. History has shown us time and again that pursuing diplomacy and upholding international law remain the only viable path to peace, security, and the protection of civilians' human dignity, no matter how hard it may seem. And as said in the beginning, in an interconnected world, it is in the interest of all of us to stand up and protect the international rules-based order. The consequences of a crisis anywhere affect us everywhere. Thank you. Before proceeding further, I wish to call my letter on time management and speaking times circulated delegations on January 6, 2026. In this debate, speakers are encouraged to adhere to the time of 7 minutes for statements on behalf of a group of states and 5 minutes for delegations speaking in national capacity. The delegations managing the time, a countdown clock will be displayed on the screen. I thank you for your cooperation. As the first speaker, I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation, followed by China. Madam President, сегодня Российская Федерация голосовала против нее Украины и организации объединенных Арабских Эмиратов and would result in a large number of victims, including civilians. We are committed to the territorial integrity of all well 7 states of the region of Iran and the Arabian Islam monarchies. This reason, we consider the right to get civilians and civilian infrastructure on the leadership of the most active responsible with you to prevent them. However, some members of the Security Council prefer to turn blind eye to the root cause of escalation tensions. Unfortunately, this was one of the key shortcomings of the early Security Council resolution for 2017. Nonetheless, China's any concern of its members of the GCC countries obeyed in that vote. However, in the Security Council resolution maritime security in the Middle East, we are still today, only was broad context of the conflict war, aiming the Security Council being legitimate agreement to use also protective measures under the pretext of ensuring safety navigation. This would become a carte for continuation of grave action and further escalation. The removal of references to Chapter 7 of the Charter and amending all necessary measures did not solve the problem. In addition to this, essentially a paragraph of the resolution would repeat conditional should correct elements, just the spoke about the detail and statement we made in the explanation of vote on the 7th of April. The adoption of the document would have put it in its pretext, or rather, were already affecting non-civilian infrastructure and civilians must states. Showing the possibility of using force that is a big criteria that need to create the impression we want as sole source of the rest of international security. There's ample room for interpretation by some states and for legitimize unlawful and nature sanctions. It varies past whatever reasons such example, and everyone can recall what must be consequence put in interpretation of Security Council Resolution 1970 on the updated point 11 level. Federals could not allow the Security Council to sign up to the legitimation question. For this reason, the entire negotiating process up to the last moment kept calling out Africans to evade and dancing strategy resolution. Unfortunately, our party colleagues, they like my partner, nevertheless decided to bring the matter to a vote. That situation we had no choice but to oppose its adoption. China act in some manner. The events that followed and confirmed that our country is responsible for members of the Security Council to the right decision. Shortly after the 7th of April, the establishment of a ceasefire regime between the United States and Iran was announced. On the 11th of April, Islamabad, direct talks were held between the American and Iranian representatives. We are convinced that the reputation united to build its stead within the Security Council made it possible to safeguard the institution to achieve the first all of multi-preferential agreements, as well as following the diplomatic process for a comprehensive settlement. Madam President, Russian Federation stands for ensure freedom of navigation, not only in trade moves and G waters, but outward. We say it necessary to seek an end to attacks on the commercial fleet of any states, as well as owning corridors, Cuba and Venezuela. This problem must be addressed in a cooperative manner with the participation of all interested states. We are convinced that such an approach should be fully applied to the Constitution of the Middle East as well. Resolving the problem of Strait of Hormuz aggravated by the escalatory steps of the American leadership to block maritime communication with Iranian ports is impossible without eliminating the root causes of the current crisis and without taking into account the Union of Tehran. At the same time, just being concerned for our friends in Russia, which put forward an alternative draft Security Council resolution of the current situation in the Middle East, including the context of maritime security. This is a draft framed in a concise and balanced manner and is aimed at facilitating sort of negotiated solution, which is currently aimed suitably to solve a number of countries including Pakistan. The document is currently in blue as Security Council table. We believe at the present moment the Council should focus precisely on such objective issues that are consistent with stand to maintain international peace, security, and count on the support of all members of the Security Council. I think. Thank the Singing Representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the Singing Representative of China, followed by Kuwait and the European Union.
Madam President, April 7th, China, along with Russia, voted against a draft resolution on the issue of the Strait of Hormuz at the Security Council. As a permanent member of the Security Council, China approaches every vote in the Council with a serious, conscientious, and responsible attitude, and always determines its voting position based on the merit of the issue itself, and on whether the adoption of a resolution would genuinely contribute to resolving the issue and achieving peace. China attaches great importance to the draft resolution submitted by on behalf of the Gulf states, which fully understand their major concerns. At the same time, the Security Council sections should aim at de-escalation. They must not provide a veneer of legitimacy for unauthorized military operations, or grant a license to use of force that will further exacerbate tension and add fuel to the fire leading to an escalation of conflict. In exercising this draft resolution, China upheld fairness and justice, defended the purposes and principles of the United, prevented the conflict from expanding further and the situation from escalating further, and created favorable conditions for achieving a temporary ceasefire along dialogue and negotiation. China's vote represents a voice responsible for peace for the people of the region. It stands on the right side of history, and both stand the tide of history. President, China does not go along with Iran's attacks on Gulf states. China believes that the passive and safety of a strait used for international navigation should be safeguarded. We call Iran to take proactive measures to restore normal aviation trade for Hormuz at a date. Meanwhile, the US's ramped up military deployment and traded blockade constitute a dangerous and irresponsible move. The issue of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz is a spillover effect of the conflict in Iran. Only a complete ceasefire can thematically create conditions for a easing situation. China welcomes the announcement by relevant parties that a ceasefire agreement has been reached with all efforts conducive to ending conflict. The U.S.-Iran negotiation in Pakistan marks a step in the right direction toward de-escalation. The current situation has reached a critical juncture to world peace, and a window of opportunity for peace is opening. The pressing priority is to prevent, by all means, a lapse in fighting, to maintain the momentum of the ceasefire negotiation did not come easy. This serves the fundamental interests of the people in the region and meets the shared aspirations of the international community. The relevant parties should adhere to the ceasefire agreement, stick to the direction of dialogue and peace talks, stay committed to resolve disputes through political and diplomatic means, and take concrete actions to ease regional tension. The international community should continue to intensify efforts to promote talks for peace and unequivocally oppose any actions that undermine ceasefire or escalate confrontation. All parties should also earnestly respect sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, and prevent escalation of situation Lebanon from ceasefire agreement. Present, as a sincere friend, strategic partner of countries in the Middle East, China is following closely the regional situation, upholds the objective and impartial position, as been engaging in intensive mediation with all parties to actively promote talks for peace. Recently, President Xi Jinping solemnly put forward 4 propositions on safeguarding and promoting peace and stability in the Middle East, namely, staying committed to the principle of peaceful coexistence, staying committed to the principle of national sovereignty, staying committed to the principle of international law, and staying committed to a balanced approach to development and security. This demonstration is citizen president active efforts promote peace and conflict and advocate dialogue to resolve differences. It offers Chinese approach to resolving crisis and ending conflict, guided by the essence of President Xi Jinping's 4 propositions. China's ready to continue to facilitate escalation, promote improvement relations on regional interests, and lay the structure of an ultimately achieve the enduring stability in the Middle East. President.
I thank the senior representative of China. I now give floor to the district representative Kuwait, also on behalf of a range of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates.
In the name of the passionate Madam President, on behalf of the Kingdom of Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the State of Qatar, the Hamad Kingdom of Jordan, and the State of Kuwait, we express our appreciation for holding this meeting pursuant to the Assembly Resolution 76/262, following the initiative led by Liechtenstein to support from member states. This initiative reflects the commitment of the international community to transparency and accountability when the Security Council is able to discharge its responsibilities due to the use of the Madam President. The draft resolution on securing maritime navigation in the Strait of Hormuz was tabled on the 7th of April 2026 as part of a responsible and purposeful collective action aimed at addressing clear and direct threats to international peace and security, and aimed at safeguarding the freedom of maritime navigation as a shared international interest. This endeavor reflected our country's commitment to act within relevant multilateral frameworks, foremost among them the Security Council, in order for the Council to fulfill its core responsibility in confronting such threats and unjustified and unlawful practice that target the stability of the region and the global economy. The Kingdom of Bahrain, its capacity penholder, made diligent effort during extensive consultations with members of the Security Council that lasted nearly 3 weeks to reach a balanced text that takes into account all concerns, in particular those of countries of the region. These efforts included extensive consultations and the circulation of 6 successive versions of the draft resolution. The vote was postponed more than one occasion in effort to ensure the unity of the Council on the unprotected matter. Several proposals were tabled to find common ground. Nevertheless, the Security Council was unable to discharge its responsibility and adopt the draft resolution. Displayed the gravity of the existing threat and stark impact on international peace and security. Madam President, through Security Council Resolution 2017, which was co-sponsored by 136 states, the international community adopted obligations that are not subject to such interpretations or selective implementation. Any failure to implement these obligations or any laxity in enforcing them encourages further violations. In blatant defiance of this consensus, and this with a real test of credibility of the international system. Illegal measures can be Iran. Strait of Hormuz have constituted a big threat to global energy security and the safety of supply chains. When international maritime routes are threatened, the entire world is affected by the repercussions. They impact the lives of millions in the region and around the world. And it is the global south that bears the greatest burdens, the biggest burden of such crises. The World Food Programme has estimated that continued disruptions could push to 55 million additional people into acute food insecurity. This is not a new matter. This is a pattern of behavior to see before. Security Council Resolution 552 of 1984 expressed international concern regarding such practice. Madam President, these attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran have not only targeted shipping lanes, but have also affected civilian facility and critical infrastructure, a clear and blatant violation of international law and international humanitarian law, as well as the rule of freedom of navigation enshrined in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Such practices cannot be justified under any pretext, and they are imprescriptible. Rather, they require a firm and responsible international stance. This collective action reflected as a response to grave developments that created a direct threat to freedom of maritime navigation, affected safety and stability of international trade, energy markets, and the supply of food medicine. The resolution also aimed to consolidate relevant principles of international law, freedom of navigation, and to ensure to trade are not used as a source of pressure extortion. The failure by the Security Council to adopt it does absolve any party of responsibility. It does send an erroneous message to the people of the world that threats to international waterways can occur without firm collective response by the international body responsible for maintenance of international peace and security. Madam President, Gulf region is not distant from the country of the world, rather it lays at the heart of global economic stability. Security is an integral part of security of all states. Its stability is a cornerstone of prosperity for the world as a whole. We are aware of the seriousness of existing threats, and we are committed to safeguarding maritime security and ensuring the continuity of international trade. Our country, therefore, will announce their intention collectively to continue working and coordinating close with member states with a view to submitting a new draft resolution aimed at securing the freedom of maritime navigation. This effort will be based on a comprehensive, consultative approach that takes into account all concerns, thereby enhancing prospects of achieving broad international consensus and reaffirming the principles of international law to restrain use for international navigation in order to protect freedom of navigation, safeguard maritime security, and ensure full compliance with Security Council resolutions 552 and 9817. At the same time, we affirm that the right of our country to defend their security and sovereignty remains guaranteed under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. To address the ongoing threats, my present liquidity of the international system is measured by its unity and its ability to implement its solution on the ground. Today, that credibility stands before a real test. We will continue to uphold our responsibility alongside all those who believe in international law and in the right of people's security, stability, and love of the community. Thank you, my President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kuwait on behalf of Burundi, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. I now the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union on behalf of the EU and its member states, followed by Singapore and Iceland.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honour to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The Canadian countries, Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Zambia, as well as Andorra and Macau, and discussed with the statement. We regret that the intense negotiations, the draft resolution proposed by Bahrain, on behalf of Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Jordan, could not be adopted because of the veto exercised by two permanent members of the Security Council, the body bearing primary responsibility for maintaining peace and security. Freedom of navigation and maritime security in the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most critical maritime routes, are essential to the stability of the Middle East, for global trade, for energy and food security, and for the critical supply chains. As we are witnessing today, disruption to normal functioning carries far-reaching consequences as the security, economic, and humanitarian aspects of the crisis spill far beyond the core region. For example, since the onset of the escalation, fuel oil prices increased by 20 to 35% in Latin America and Caribbean. Global urea prices are up 50%, just as Asia enters its rice planting season. This threatens to reduce harvests globally and could drive up to 45 million additional people, as the previous statement indicated, into acute hunger during 2026. This is a global crisis and the most significant humanitarian supply disruption since COVID, comparable to the shock caused by Russia's blockade of the Black Sea and subsequent grain crises. Any act that threatens safe marine navigation through the Strait of Hormuz is unacceptable. Maritime security, freedom of navigation, and right of free passage through international trades must be respected in line with international law as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. It cannot be initiated by individual states. The European Union welcomes the ceasefire agreement with the United States and Iran and urges for de-escalation and continued dialogue and full respect of international law of bodies, including the principles of the United Nations Charter and international humanitarian law. We commend Pakistan and other regional partners for their efforts and mediation of critical disposed outcome. Madam President, we welcome increased coordination among partners to ensure freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz to consider appropriate measures once the conditions are met. We also welcome the Secretary General's personal engagement in addressing this crisis, including through the appointment of Jean Arnaud as personal envoy for the Middle East and express full support for his mandate. As well as the UN task force set up by, we aim to develop measures designed to meet humanitarian needs in the Hormuz. We urge all involved to respect ceasefire across the region, including in Lebanon, cease all military operations, and fully ensure human navigation in line with international law, with special urgency on the passage of humanitarian goods. UNSC Resolution 2017 to be fully implemented. All parties must comply with international humanitarian law and protect civilians and civilian infrastructure, UN peacekeepers, and humanitarian personnel. In this context, we further call for an urgent cessation of hostilities in Lebanon, which should take a heavy toll on civilians. We hope that the first bilateral meeting days between Israel and Lebanon may pave the way to a lasting peace between the countries. To conclude, Madam President, the European Union will continue to engage with partners in the region to contribute to de-escalation and regional stability. Diplomacy is key to resolving all outstanding issues. The European High Representative Alas visited the Gulf countries last week, while the President of the European Council Costa concluded his visit to the Gulf region yesterday. Parties should continue engaging in good faith in efforts to reach sustainable agreement in all areas of concern. We stand ready to contribute to all diplomatic efforts in coordination with partners to reduce tensions and bring about a lasting solution when hostilities, prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, and put an end to Iran's stabilizing activities, including its ballistic program. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, the distinguished representative of the European Union on behalf of the EU and the member states. I now the floor to the distinguished representative of Singapore, also on behalf of Malta and Jamaica.
Madam President, it is my honor to deliver the following statement on behalf of Fiji, Jamaica, Malta, and my own country, Singapore. Our four countries contribute actively to the negotiation, drafting, and conclusion of the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. We remain steadfast to our convention, committed to upholding a legal framework within which all activities in the oceans and seas must be carried out. For small states, international rule of law is a matter of survival. We therefore have an abiding interest in the faithful implementation of UNCLOS as the constitution for the oceans and in reaffirming its universal and unified character. Madam President, the outset, we wish to express our gratitude to you for being the debate on use of the veto. Membership gathered today because the veto was exercised to draft a resolution concerning the Strait of Hormuz. We are disappointed that there has been no agreement on the option of the draft resolution, which would have referred that all ships and aircraft enjoy the right of transit passage through the sea, which have not been impeded in accordance with international law as reflected in UNCLOS. The Strait of Hormuz is straight used for international navigation, through which the right of transit passage applies under UNCLOS. This right is also firmly entrenched in customary international law, and is therefore binding on all states, regardless of whether they are parties to UNCLOS. Transit passage applies during peacetime and war. This right is not contingent on any license or levy. It is an inherent right of ship and aircraft to traverse with prior authorization, and reflected in Article 44 of UNCLOS. The rule is unequivocal that states bordering such straits shall not hamper or suspend transit passage. No exceptions to this inherent rule. The right of unimpeded transit passage has been and continues to be of fundamental importance to international maritime trade. When transit passage is disrupted, consequences reverberate across the global economy through energy markets, supply chains, and increased trade costs. For many small island nations and developed states with import-dependent economies, such disruptions have severe impacts on economic resilience and insecurity. It is the commitment of the international community to assure respect for and uphold the rights of unimpeded transit passage in the Strait of Hormuz, as well as in all other straits used for international navigation. Madam President, the current situation in the Strait of Hormuz, where transit passage has been impeded, is a great concern. We call on all concerned parties to uphold and respect the right to transit passage, comply with all other applicable obligations under international law, restore safe and unimpeded transit passage in the Strait of Hormuz, and assure the safety of seafarers and ships. Madam President, please allow me to also make some additional remarks in national capacity. Singapore had welcomed the announcement of a 2-week ceasefire in the Middle East on the 8th of April 2026. We are encouraged by the steps towards de-escalation, and commend the efforts of the mediators, in particular Pakistan. We urge the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran to continue down the path of dialogue and redouble efforts in negotiations that will lead to the permanent end to the conflict, lasting stability in the region. Safe and unimpeded transit passage through the Strait of Hormuz, in accordance with international law and UNCLOS, must be restored. The safety of seafarers and ships must be ensured, and Singapore also endorses the statement to be made by the Philippines on behalf of us. Thank you.
Thank the distinguished representative for Singapore, also on behalf of Malta and Jamaica. I will refer to the distinguished representative of Ireland, also on behalf of Finland and Norway, followed by the Philippines and Liechtenstein.
Madam President, I am the honored to speak on behalf of Finland, Norway, my own country, Iceland. First, allow me to pay tribute to the originators of General Assembly Resolution 76262. The resolution is proving itself an effective tool for holding to account permanent members of the Security Council in all circumstances of the veto system. The Security Council bears primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security. It carries out suits on behalf of the entire membership. It is entirely right and proper that the permanent 5 explain the use of veto and the consequent failure of the Council to act in cause of peace and security. We also remain supportive of the General Assembly considering its own role in situations where the Council is unable to act. The housing of the veto by China and the Russian Federation at Council meeting for April 11th, the Council once again take concerted and decisive action to re-establish peace and security. The resolution aims to address key aspects of the conflict in the region, namely the reduction of global commerce in the shape of the Strait of Hormuz, as vital international shipping lane and responsible for all parts to refrain from further escalation and seize all attacks against civilian infrastructure combined with international law. Freedom of navigation is the cornerstone of the law of the sea and must be upheld. The failure to resolve the issues risks massive damage to the global economy and severe impact on millions of ordinary people, particularly countries already in a situation of food insecurity. We thank our and WCC increased for their attempt to bring all member states on board. The resolution went through a number of iterations and was internal trade limited security and measures and was designed to prevent escalation. The failure of the Council to respond to risks widening further the credibility gap when it comes to the Council's role in peace and security. We also House last week banned the further development of Resolution 2870, in which the Council condemned any actions or threats aimed at opposing, obstructing, or otherwise interfering with the international navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. This resolution was adopted by a record number, 138 UN states, including our countries. Madam President, with conflicts escalating in the Middle East region and elsewhere, causing devastating humanitarian consequences for millions, the Security Council must turn a new page. The Security Council needs to be a forum in which tough decisions are resolved, not simply showcased. We support the UN leadership through the Council and by Secretary General. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative of Iceland. On behalf of Finland and Norway, I now refer to the distinguished representative of the Philippines on behalf of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the honor to deliver a statement on behalf of the 11 member states of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations: Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, the Lao People's Democratic Republic, Malaysia, Myanmar, Singapore, Thailand, Timor-Leste, Vietnam, and our own country, the Philippines. ASEAN expresses deep concern over the developments in the Middle East and their implications for regional and global peace and stability. The ASEAN Foreign Ministers' Statement of 13 April 2026 on developments in the Middle East, we welcome the announcement of two-week ceasefire between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran in April 2026, and underscore the importance of its full and active implementation. We reaffirm the importance of maintaining maritime safety and security and holding freedom of navigation in and above straits used for international navigation, in accordance with international law, including the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and relevant standards and recommend practices by the International Civil Aviation Organization and the International Maritime Organization. In this regard, call for restoring the safe, unimpeded, and continuous transit passage of vessels and aircraft in the Strait of Hormuz in line with the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, as well as for all parties to ensure the safety of seafarers and ships in accordance with the International Convention for the Safety of the Sea. We urge the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran to continue negotiations that will lead to the permanent end of the conflict and lasting peace and stability in the region. We commend the efforts of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and all parties involved with collaborative efforts in this regard. Call for full and effective implementation of the ceasefire, aimed at preventing further suffering and loss of lives, ensure maximum security and freedom of navigation and oversight, especially for merchant, non-combatant vessels, and aircraft in accordance with the 1982 UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, minimize disruption of the flow of energy and essential goods, and mitigate its adverse impact on global economic stability. We urge all parties involved to maintain conducive conditions for the full and effective implementation of the ceasefire, exercising utmost restraint, ceasing all hostilities, acting responsibly, avoiding any acts that may aggravate the situation, and working collectively towards a comprehensive and durable resolution in accordance with international law, United Nations Charter, and relevant UN Security Council resolutions. We underscore the importance of maintaining regional peace, stability, and prosperity, upholding international law, and promoting Earth's dialogue and diplomacy as a primary means of addressing conflicts and tensions, including the need for a complete and immediate cessation of hostilities across all fronts in the Middle East. We further reaffirm the obligations of all states to resolve their differences through peaceful means, to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations, to protect civilians and civil infrastructure in armed conflicts, and to ensure the safety and security of UN peacekeepers and humanitarian personnel, in line with international law, the UN Charter, and relevant UN Security Council resolutions. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Senior Representative of the Philippines on behalf of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. I now give the floor to the Senior Representative of Liechtenstein, recalling the time limit of statements for delegations speaking in the national capacity of 5 minutes, followed by Egypt and Japan.
Good morning, Madam President. Thank you for convening this assembly in a timely manner after the casting of the Russian Federation China on draft resolution 2026/73 proposed by Bahrain on behalf of a group of states in the Security Council. We appreciate the reduction of a statutory report by Council the presence of both voting states at today's meeting, both of which are in line with the provisions of Resolution 76/2, otherwise known as the VETO Initiative. We look forward to receiving a summary of today's meeting to be sent to the Council for their reflection in line with Resolution 79/327. Madam President, the situation regarding the Strait of Hormuz is a significant concern across the world. Not simply because the armed conflict has led to the situation in and around the strait, but because the consequences for shipping and for the transit of vital energy supplies, foodstuffs, and fertilizers, the massive impact on global economy. The conflict is making life unaffordable for many and will undoubtedly leave the most vulnerable hungry. We appreciate the initiative to bring a solution addressing the situation in which populations the world over, indeed, of all of us. We also appreciate efforts by the officials, Council members concerned over the text files has unfortunately not resulted in a solution that was voted by the Council. It is important that measures taken by the Council are commensurate with the threats they are meant to address, including through appropriate temporal geographical limitations. We also note in the context that the draft did contain some ambiguity, in particular with respect to the chapter on which the Council is deriving its legal authority for measures contained in the text. A more general problem with respect to the drafting of Council resolutions. We encourage all drafters of their texts to specify on which chapter intend the Council act. Madam President, today we find ourselves in a different situation when the draft was vetoed. Liechtenstein, Pakistan, and other states work towards a ceasefire deal between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran, and which is for full and complete implementation and conclusion of lasting peace agreement. You know, Israel has announced it will enter talks with Lebanon, urging negotiations in good faith on the basis of the aforementioned ceasefire. We also thank the chance for the nomination of Jean Arnaud as his special envoy on Mid-East conflict and sound crisis, and express our full support for his work. Madam President, this is a situation where the world rightly expects action by the political organs of the United Nations. We have listened carefully to comments offered by Kuwait this morning and look forward to further steps to present that resolution, echoing also the call that you yourself have made this morning. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Senior Representative of Liechtenstein, and now I give the floor to the Senior Representative of Egypt, followed by Japan and Austria.
Madam President of the Assembly, since the very first day of the conflict in the Middle East and the Arabian Gulf, Egypt has expressed deep concern regarding the danger of military escalation in the region. It has warned of looming threat that this escalation poses, namely the expansion of the conflict causing instability and total chaos, thereby endangering regional and international peace and security. In this context, Egypt reiterates its complete rejection of all forms of aggression against the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its sister Arab nations in the Gulf, as well as Jordan and Iraq. We condemn these unacceptable and unjustifiable acts of aggression. We also stress our full solidarity with sister Arab states and our unwavering support for them in the face of any threat to their security and stability. Egypt has therefore co-sponsored Security Council Resolution 2817, adopted by the Council on March 11th. We also stress the need to fully adhere to the UN Charter and international law, including international humanitarian law. This entails completely refraining from targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, including energy cities, water desalination plants, and residential areas. As such acts constitute grave violations of international law and pose a direct threat to regional stability. We extend our sincere condolences and deepest sympathies to the family of innocent civilians who have fallen prey to these violations. Madam President, Egypt emphasizes that there can be no military solution to this crisis. Continued escalation will only lead to further violence, destruction, and human suffering, while simultaneously undermining security and stability. In this context, Cairo has made efforts over the past year to build confidence and foster a conducive environment for resolving any concerns regarding the Iranian nuclear program, including by promoting dialogue, diplomatic solutions, and cooperation with the IAEA. So, in cooperation with Pakistan and Turkey, Egypt engaged in intensive consultations with various regional and international parties throughout the war to ensure escalation and prevent the situation from reaching a point of no return, ultimately paving the way for a ceasefire and a comprehensive, sustainable settlement. In the same vein, Egypt welcomed the initial steps taken by the Secretary General to revitalize the United Nations' role in addressing this conflict, including his appointment of a personal envoy for this matter. Accordingly, Egypt welcomed the announcement by the US President on April 8 of a 2-week suspension of military operations in the region. This is a positive step towards de-escalation and containing tensions. Egypt stresses that the suspension of military operations by the United States, coupled with the corresponding response from the Iranian side, present a vital opportunity that must be seized to pave the way for negotiations, diplomacy, and constructive dialogue. We welcome the convening of a significant round of negotiations between the United States and Iran on Saturday, April 11, in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad. We look forward to building on the agreements reached during these talks to promote diplomatic solutions that would bring end to the war through robust and sustainable arrangements. We underscore the need for building upon this step through full adherence to the cessation of military operations and respect for freedom of international navigation. We stress that Egypt will continue to make every effort in coordination with Pakistan and Turkey to advance this objective. Egypt joins the vast majority of the people and government of the region and the world calling for an urgent end to this war, the losses and damage of which would only multiply were military operations to resume and were diplomacy and dialogue, which are the sole window of hope for us all, to be abandoned. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt and give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Thank you, Madam President. Achieving peace and order in the Gulf and the entire Middle East is of paramount importance, not only for regional stability, but for global peace and security. In this context, ensuring safety of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz is indispensable to any meaningful normalization of the situation. Japan has consistently supported diplomatic efforts toward early de-escalation. From this perspective, it is regrettable that the Security Council could not play a significant role in stabilizing the situation in the Strait of Hormuz at this juncture. Under these circumstances, China expresses its respect and support for mediation efforts by the parties concerned, particularly recent US-Iran negotiations held in Islamabad. We hope that such diplomatic endeavors will lead to a positive impact on the normalization of transit through the strait. As a vital artery for global commerce, the strait must remain open and safe for international navigation. Current situation in the Strait of Hormuz has been undermining global food and energy security. Japan's words that ensuring free and safe passage of the Strait of Hormuz constitutes a vital foundation for global economic stability, particularly for those regions such as Asia and Africa that are most directly vulnerable to disruption. In this regard, Japan welcomes the decision made by the IMO Council on March 19. We call for the relevant parties to take necessary immediate action to enable establishment of a framework such as a safe maritime corridor to facilitate the safe evacuation of merchant ships. Disruption of maritime transport not only threatens the well-being of seafarers, but also hinders the integrity and viability of the international maritime system. For our part, Japan recently hosted a summit meeting to call for a new framework called Partnership on Light Energy and Resources in Asia, our area, cooperating emergency responses through financing the procurement of crude oil, petroleum products, and maintaining supply chains in Asia, as well as in structural responses such as establishing a third-party and release system. In conclusion, we call for further diplomatic efforts by member states to restore safe international navigation to the Strait of Hormuz in accordance with the international law, as reaffirmed in Security Council Resolution 2817. Thank you.
Thank the distinguished representative of Japan. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Austria, followed by the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States.
Madam President. Excellencies, we get here today because once again Council action was blocked by exercise of the two permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. Austria regrets that a matter of profound global consequence went unearned by the Council. Because even as a landlocked country, Austria is acutely aware of the importance of maritime security and respect for the rule of law at sea. The legal situation is crystal clear. As a state used for international navigation and connecting two parts of the high seas, all ships enjoy the rights of continuous and expeditious passage through the Strait of Hormuz, according to Article 38 of UNCLOS, and also according to customary international law. This right cannot be suspended unilaterally and continues to apply in times of armed conflict. The unilateral blockade or restrictions to freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz have severe consequences for food and energy security across the world, as many have said before. This threats to destabilize the global economy and risks putting most vulnerable countries to the brink of famine. Millions will suffer if this situation remains unaddressed.
Madam President, any unilateral actions restricting the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz or other international straits are therefore completely unacceptable. Austria strongly calls for freedom of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz to be swiftly restored. We welcome the Secretary General's initiative on fertilizer exports as a pragmatic first step, but let us be clear, we welcome it, but pragmatic workarounds are not substitute for rule of law. Iran's international obligations remain untouched by such an initiative. Colleagues, let me speak plainly about the wider situation. Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. For Austria, which has championed the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons and has worked towards a world war and also a region free from nuclear arms for decades. This conviction is not rhetorical, it is a pillar of our foreign policy. And people of Iran who have endured decades of repression deserve respect to human rights and to human dignity. But military escalation is not the answer. Austria is gravely concerned with further erosion of the international order with the UN Charter at core. In the same vein, indiscriminate attacks by Iran and its neighbors in the Gulf and in the broader region are completely unacceptable and must stop immediately. And this was also expressed by Austria's foreign minister Peter Reisinger upon her visit to Riyadh only last week. Colleagues, a diplomatic solution is the only way forward. De-escalation and diplomacy are urgently needed. Austria therefore calls on all sides to continue to respect ceasefire and read on last week to allow for negotiations. Austria doesn't simply call for diplomacy and dialogue as an attitude. President Stock and our foreign minister Peter Reisinger have been in constant contact with all parties across the region and with the parties to the conflict. We grateful to Pakistan and others for their efforts in Islamabad. That talk did not succeed as a setback. Diplomacy has stopped because one round of talks have failed. Vienna has already negotiations on the Iranian nuclear question before. We stand ready to do so again. Our office is here, and our commitment to mediation is unconditional. Please only put forward a peaceful solution. Austria stands ready to help achieve this goal. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Austria. I now the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran for the new speaking order in Madam
President, for the very statement, I would like to express a strong objection and serious concerns regarding the biased and one-sided statement delivered by Your Excellency in the capacity of President of the General Assembly, which the powerful mandate and institutional responsibilities of the office look the root cause of the situation and make unfounded allegations against member states. It is a well established grounded in the spirit of the Charter of the United Nations and the rule procedure of the General Assembly that the holder of the office must exercise the strict impartiality and refrain from adopting positions that would compromise the neutrality and credibility of the General Assembly. Madam President, the views cast by China and Russia were timely, justified, and necessary. The concerning delegation made clear that case was one-sided and ignored the causes of crisis. The eager and savage war of aggression by the United States and Israel against Iran on 28 February. Its adoption would have set a dangerous precedent, lowering sovereign right of the coastal state, undermining the UN Charter, and increasing the risk of escalation. Madam President, recent US all action, including effort to impose a naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, further demonstrate the flawed logic behind the draft on lawful measures, escalate tensions, and threaten both military security and international trade against backdrop aviation mark the flood points. The Islamic Republic and the responsible state committed to the United Nations Charter and the international law, existentially held freedom of navigation and maritime security in Persian both the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf of Oman. For decades, Iran has fulfilled its responsibilities in trade as a coastal state of the Strait of Hormuz, ensuring security and safeguarding freedom of navigation. Iran, in accordance with international law, has implemented necessary and precautionary measures to ensure the safety and security of navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. These measures are designed to facilitate the continuous and safe passage of vessels by preventing exploitation of whatever for hostile or military purposes by aggressors and their fears. Second, the imposition of the maritime blockade and the United States constitute a grave violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran. This unlawful action is a flagrant breach of the prohibition on threat of use of force enshrined in Article 2 and constitute a clear act of violation on international law by seeking to obstruct maritime traffic and from Iranian ports. The United States unlawfully interferes with the exercise of sovereign right of the Islamic Republic of Iran and infringe upon the rights of the third states unlawful maritime commerce under international law. The United States bears full responsibility for this intentionally wrongful act of or any consequences arising therefrom, including the impact on the regional and international peace and security. The realization of principles of freedom of navigation and maritime safety in the ocean from the Sea of Oman, particularly in the Strait of Hormuz, which lies in the territorial sea of the coastal states, is only possible through full respect for the sovereignty and sovereign rights of those coastal states. As such, sustainable stability in the Strait of Hormuz and in the region can only be achieved through the cessation of aggression and the full respect for Iran's legitimate right and test. For the past 3 days of the United States and Israel regime war of aggression against Iran, aggressors have crossed every legal, moral, and humanitarian boundary. They have violated the international humanitarian law and committed war crimes by deliberately and indiscriminately targeting civilian infrastructure, including residential areas, schools, hospitals, healthcare facilities, airports, sport facilities, and cultural and historical sites. Furthermore, the United States lies military bases and facilitated in the country of the Persian Gulf region. Evidence indicate military movement and operational operations on the way at these bases for the planning, preparation, equipping, and execution of unlawful military attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Despite Iran's clear warning, such unlawful action will be planned. Iran has formally reported this development with support recommendation to the Security Council and the Secretary General. Iran welcomes to support any diplomatic affairs and credible initiative capable of bringing brought the sustainable end to its unlawful and unwarranted war, including all genuine affairs of Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as well as affairs by China and Russia. Any viable solution must ensure a definitive and irreversible end to aggression and establish a just and durable peace founded in a credible and verifiable guarantee against any recurrence. In this regard, we wish to express our sincere appreciation for the efforts of the government of Pakistan, particularly the Prime Minister and Chief of the Army Staff, for the constructive mediation and hosting this important negotiation. Despite our deep mistrust of the United States stemming from its repeated betrayal of diplomacy, we nevertheless inherit the negotiation good faith and remain cautiously optimistic. We believe that should the United States adopt a rational and constructive approach and refrain from advanced demands that are inconsistent with international law, the negotiation can lead to a meaningful outcome. And finally, categorically reject unfounded and politically motivated allegations against my country made in speaking. These claims, like any God, serve only divert attention from the realities on the ground, namely illegal and siege war launched by the United States and Israeli regime against Iran. Some members referred to the Security Council Resolution 2817. Iran's legal position on this resolution have been disputed as a document of General Assembly and the Security Council. Resolution 2817 disregards the unlawful power of violation and armed attack by the United States and Israel against Iran, and in ignoring denies Iran inherent rights of self-defense exercised in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter, omitting any reference to the aggressors. The Council fails in its responsibility to maintain international peace and security, and instead by adopting such a politically motivated resolution, its legitimate further act of aggression should be called that under international law. The Security Council is bound to exercise its authority in full conformity with the principle of the Charter of the United Nations. Any departure from these fundamental principles undermines the legal validity and moral authority of this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now give the floor to the Senior Representative of Denmark for New Zealand and Australia. Madam President, thank you for convening this debate. It is vital that the Security Council is silent by use of veto. The United Nations as a whole is not. This fragile moment of global affairs, the international community, including through the General Assembly, must let its voice be heard. Denmark strongly regrets that in the face of mass escalation across the Middle East, the Security Council was unable to act due to the use of veto by 2 permanent members. As the primary organ for instance of international peace and security, this was an opportunity missed for a unified, collective response. Conflict in the Middle East is now going on for more than 6 weeks, causing death and destruction throughout the region. Iran's actions near and around the Strait of Hormuz has led to food shortage, rise in energy prices, and other adverse effects across the world. Global growth, commerce, and development depend on freedom of navigation. The repercussions for the global economy and, increasingly, for food security, particularly across developing countries, are enormous. As a great maritime nation, Denmark is committed to maritime security, to open sea lanes, and to the safety of all seafarers. Denmark's vote on April 7 reflected our belief in the urgent need to address these developments. We regret that the Council was not able to come together and present a joint solution. Madam President, we welcome the big ceasefire between the United States and Iran, and thank Pakistan and all parties involved for facilitating this important agreement. Denmark welcomes all diplomatic efforts to reduce tensions and find a negotiated settlement. A lasting ceasefire is an essential step towards a swift and permanent end to this war. All efforts and negotiations must be resumed in good faith. This conflict, however, is not confined to Iran or its neighbors across the Gulf. The situation in Lebanon, in particular, also is spiraling out of control and puts at risk the current regional de-escalation. Denmark called for the inclusion of Lebanon in regional de-escalation effort and urged all parties to work toward a lasting political solution. It is crucial to protect civil populations and critical infrastructure across the region. De-escalation and respect for international law, including international humanitarian law, remain as important as ever. These international rules were agreed upon after crucial lessons learned from war and the station. All parties must keep these lessons in mind and abide these important legal guardrails. Madam President, many aspects of this conflict have sent shockwaves across the globe. This is particularly true for the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, caused by Iran's actions. The closure is not only a disruption, but a dangerous escalation measured in lives and livelihoods lost. It is vital to ensure freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Then is ready for our international partners to contribute to this end. We thank the United Kingdom and France for their efforts to advance this vital work. Madam President, closing. In today's interconnected world, conflict rarely, if ever, contains where it can. Its effects ripple across the globe, impacting countries and sectors seemingly far removed. This is the reality we think in the Middle East. This too must be the lens through which we find solutions. We call on all parties to Security Council Resolution 2017, and we urge all to respect and abide by the Council's decisions. That remains committed to safeguarding peace, security, and stability in the Middle East. Thank you. The Senior Representative of Denmark. Now give the floor to the Senior Representative of Australia, of New Zealand.
President, it is in New Zealand's deep disappointment that we meet again to discuss the use of veto. New Zealand is a long-standing opponent of the veto. We are a strong supporter of Resolution 76/262 and are disappointed that it has been triggered so frequently. The Security Council's legitimacy lies in its ability to fulfill its responsibility under the UN Charter to maintain international peace and security and to address issues of pressing concern in member states. When a resolution is blocked through the use of veto, the Council is deprived of that ability, and its effectiveness and credibility are undermined. In this instance, 2 permanent members have prevented the Council from supporting an effort to ensure safe and secure navigation through the Strait of Hormuz. The closure of the strait is deeply damaging not only to supply chains, but energy markets and food security, and is causing suffering around the world, especially among the world's most vulnerable. The resolution in question also contained important affirmations of navigation rights and freedoms. These are cornerstones of global security and prosperity that benefit every country. New Zealand was pleased to respond to Resolution 2817 last month, one of a record number of member states, which reaffirmed the important concepts of freedom of navigation and maritime security. We welcome the continued efforts by Bahrain and the international community to restore safe passage to the Strait of Hormuz. As referred in Resolution 2817 and by the International Maritime Organization Council, the exercise of navigational rights and freedoms by merchant and commercial vessels in accordance with international law must be respected. We therefore disappointed that Council could not adopt the resolution last week. We particularly regret that, in this instance, the two permanent members who exercised the veto did so despite extensive efforts by the resolution's opponents to revise the text to accommodate the concerns of member states. New Zealand strongly reiterates the importance of ensuring that all state aircraft can access the right transit passage through the Strait of Hormuz without interference in accordance with international law as reflected in UNCLOS. New Zealand remains deeply concerned about the conflict. Civilians and the global economy are being directly affected. It is critical that all parties uphold their commitment to the ceasefire and work to find an urgent diplomatic solution. Thank you.
I thank the representative of New Zealand and now to the distinguished representative of Australia, followed by Vietnam and Ireland.
Thank you, President. Australia commends Bahrain and our Gulf partners for their efforts in the Security Council to ensure safe navigational rights and freedoms in the Strait of Hormuz. We supported that those were exercised last week. Navigational rights and freedoms matter for all states. All states benefit from an open Strait of Hormuz, safe and predictable environment for global supply chains. That's why Australia is participating in discussions on multinational diplomatic efforts to support navigational rights and freedoms. President, the human, security and economic impacts of the Iran conflict are significant and far-reaching. Condemn the indiscriminate attacks inflicted by Iran and Turkey across the Middle East, including civilian infrastructure and commercial vessels. We welcome all efforts towards the de-escalation, including the ceasefire announced last week between the States, Israel and Iran. Australia urges all parties to uphold the ceasefire in full. Negotiations must continue towards a resolution of the conflict. We will support a reopening of the state. The human cost, the global economic impact of the conflict is missing. The warnings, including from the IMF, are dire. We are seeing unprecedented shocks to global energy, fertilizer and petrochemical supplies, with immediate and long-lasting symptoms reverberating around the world. In our region, 6 other countries are uniquely exposed to volatility, supply chain disruption, and fuel shortages. Already, the World Food Programme has warned that Iran's action situation could push for 45 million people into extreme hunger by June. The world's most vulnerable are most at risk. President, the escalation of the conflict into Lebanon, the loss of life and displacement of 1.2 million civilians is deeply distressing. Ceasefire must be extended to Lebanon to prevent further loss of life and give parties the space needed to negotiate a lasting settlement. President, Australia repeats its call for all parties across the region to uphold international humanitarian law and civilians to be protected and to cease any acts deliberately from the safety and security of humanitarian personnel. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Australia and the floor to the representative of Vietnam.
Madam President, Vietnam aligns itself with the statement delivered by the Philippines on behalf of ASEAN and wishes to highlight ASEAN's strong interest in the situation in the Middle East, marked by 2 special four-minute meetings and the Minister's estimate. Vietnam remains deeply concerned by the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, including latest developments in the Strait of Hormuz, which have caused immense human suffering and significant economic consequences. Its impacts extend well beyond what is directly concerned, disrupting trade and energy supply chains, heightening political and economic uncertainties, and further constraining the development prospects of many countries, especially developing countries. We regret that the Security Council has not been able to take united and impartial actions to address the current crisis and serious issues for regional peace and security. We strongly oppose military attacks against sovereign states, particularly attacks against countries that have pledged their non-involvement. We are especially alarmed by and oppose attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure. In all circumstances, civilian and critical civilian infrastructure must never be targeted and attacked. Any such attack is a violation of international law and UN resolution, including Security Council Resolution 2573. This current crisis is yet again a manifestation of the erosion of international law, the continued infringement of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, the disrespect for the fundamental principles of no threat, use, support, and principle of peaceful settlement of disputes, are in fact endangering very foundations of the United Nations and collective security architecture. None therefore calls all parts to put an end to hostilities, especially attacks on civilians and critical civilian infrastructure, exercise some restraint and actions that lead to further escalation, miscalculation, and wider confrontation. We underscore the fundamental importance of respect for international law and the UN Charter. We firmly believe that international law must be applied consistently to all states, regardless of size and in all circumstances. Selectivity in the application of international law ultimately undermines international law to the detriment of smaller states. It is Vietnam's view that maritime safety and security, the freedom of navigation and overflight must be held in accordance with international law, especially the 1982 United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea. This is essential not only for the stability in the Middle East, particularly the Strait of Hormuz, but also for safeguarding the flow of energy and essential goods and preserving global economic stability. Finally, Madam President, the current crisis in the Middle East reminds us once again that only dialogue conducted in good faith and supported by genuine political will can pave the way toward lasting peace. We welcome temporary ceasefire and encourage parties concerned to build momentum to intensify diplomatic efforts, engage in meaningful dialogue, and pursue a balanced and constructive approach toward a sustainable and mutually acceptable solution. Commend efforts of countries and partners have worked to maintain channels of communication, facilitate engagement, and create space for diplomacy. Such efforts are indispensable and deserve continued support. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Vietnam. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ireland, followed by Brazil and the United States.
President, Ireland last statement of the European Union. It is deeply regrettable that last week the Security Council was unable to reach a resolution on the critical issue of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz shipping. We have technology efforts undertaken by Bahrain to reach consensus on this important matter. We remain deeply concerned with the situation in the Middle East, including the continued restriction on lawful transit passage and freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. The critical importance of the threat has been clearly demonstrated in recent weeks. Although the immediate impact on states in the region, the reverberations have been felt throughout the world as trade of essential commodities and important supply chains have been severely disrupted. This disruption has direct humanitarian, security and economic impact across the globe. It is vital that most heavily the poorest of vulnerable communities in relation with energy, food security and hunger. Such restrictions and acts that threaten safe navigation to state are simply unacceptable. We must be clear, maritime security, freedom of navigation, transit must be respected in line with international law, as reflected in UNCLOS as a fair Security Council Resolution 2017. President, we welcome the ceasefire agreed by the United States and Iran, and we can Pakistan for its mediation efforts. We sincerely hope the dialogue will continue, that progress can be made, and the lasting agreement can be reached that will bring permanent end to conflict and ensure wide regional security. We continue to call for dialogue and diplomacy and are uphearted to uphold international law, including protection of civilians. We remain deeply concerned about the broad humanitarian and security situation in the Middle East. The situation in Lebanon is particularly concerning. We deeply regret Israel has not issued a ceasefire to Lebanon. We have been clear in our condemnation vote as well as attacking Israel and Israel wholly to report in response. We urge Israel to halt military operations and to allow the Lebanese armed forces to serve their role in providing security for Lebanon and the Lebanese people. We welcome the announced discussion between Israel and Lebanon, and we encourage the parties to seek a diplomatic solution. We stridently condemn all attacks against youthful personnel. Finally, we must note grave concern to the humanitarian situation in Gaza. We call on Israel to lead, remove restriction and aid access and facilitate essential supplies and services to people across the Gaza Strip. We are all concerned about the situation in the Bank with continued assessment activity and acts of violence against Palestinian communities. Ordinary civilians continue to suffer the consequences of conflict and instability across the Middle East, which still affects us the globe. President, in spite of the challenges we face, we continue to believe that the UN and multilateralism is fundamental to the delivery of peace and security for the Middle East. We hope the Security Council will return to this matter in course and provide impetus peace, lasting peace for all the region. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ireland. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Madam President, thank you for convening this meeting. Brazil follows with attention and concern the situation in the whole Middle East. The recent escalation constitutes a serious threat to international peace and security with dramatic humanitarian and economic consequences. Since the beginning of the red conflict in the region, 2,100 people have lost their lives in Lebanon, 1,400 in Iran, 1,800 in Israel, and a staggering 17,000 confirmed deaths occurred in Gaza. Brazil condemns the attacks taken by the United States and Israel against Iran and the unwarranted subsequent attacks by Iran, and calls all parties to resume negotiations aiming at reaching a lasting solution for conflict. The fact that these attacks were carried out once again in the midst of diplomatic conversations to reach agreement is highly detrimental to the cause of peace and hinders the prospects for a lasting solution. Brazil condemns all attacks and military acts that result in civilian casualty, damage to civilian infrastructure, and violations of sovereignty, territorial integrity of states. Such actions are unacceptable and must be immediate. All parties strictly comply with international law, in particular international humanitarian law, ensuring the protection of civilians. Militarization only deepens human suffering and undermines regional stability. The strike at girls' school in the Red Sea of Minna, which claimed the lives of more than 115 innocent children, warrants the strongest condemnation. Brazil expresses strong solidarity to the countries and people of the Gulf directly affected by the conflict. We also extend our condolences to the families of victims in all states involved. Moreover, we express concern with the hindrance of peace passage through the Strait of Hormuz and recall the importance of respecting the right of transit passage raised in line with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. We remain gravely concerned by the situation in Lebanon. We urge Israel to immediately halt military actions and withdraw all its forces from Lebanese territory. Furthermore, Brazil condemns the attacks against the United Nations force in Lebanon in the field and calls attacks against the United Nations peace mission and facility represent a violation of international law and international humanitarian law. The United Nations must play a central role in maintenance of international peace and security, with Security Council bearing primary responsibility in this regard. At the same time, member states will support of the immediate cessation of hostilities. We must act together to achieve a negotiated solution to the crisis and uphold the principles and purposes of the UN Charter and international law. We reiterate our support for the effort of regional actors and other relevant partners, including Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, aimed at promoting the escalation dialogue and diplomatic solutions. We welcome initiatives that point toward the cessation of hostilities across the region and the resumption of negotiations, including for the peaceful reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. We urge all parties to engage in diplomatic effort and negotiations in good faith to put an end to the ongoing conflicts. Dialogue remains the only viable path to building sustainable peace. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Brazil. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States, followed by the Kim and Pakistan.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, we are in a time in history that is a time of choosing. The American people have been very clear. We have stood with Bahrain and the rest of the people of the Gulf and our allies in the Middle East during this time of reckoning. Unfortunately, Russia and China have chosen to oppose them, even as Iranian missiles rained down on Gulf cities and civilian infrastructure. Colleagues, the decision of Russia and China to veto a resolution that sought to protect freedom of navigation, maritime security in and around the Strait of Hormuz was truly unfortunate. They deliberately chose to turn a blind eye, and worse, chose to permit Iran's attacks on its neighbors. It's terror against so people, it's a death threat that's tempting to place on the global economy. The Council resolution submitted by the Kingdom of Bahrain last week was not unreasonable. They engaged every country on the Security Council. They took their input and their thoughts and reflections on board. It was a simple resolution drafted by and for the region. that Iran stop attacking civilian shipping and that neighboring states in the Gulf stop threatening its neighbors, stop threatening the freedom of navigation in the British. I was 14 years ago, Iran took Americans hostage as a sovereign act of its regime. This year, it tried to take each of your economies hostage. We are talking about a regime that the Secretary General's own account recruits child soldiers, uses infrastructure for attacks, and goes its proxies, terrorists to use human shield on a regular basis. We are talking about a regime which has contravened dozens and dozens of UN resolutions in last year alone. We are talking about a regime in Iran that promised no more executions, and yet has averaged at least one execution per day of young protesters who simply yearn for freedom and a better life. This was after killing 40,000 of its own people in a weekend. 2 weeks ago, the Security Council adopted a resolution with 536 co-sponsors, the most supported resolution in UN history, demanding that Iran cease its attack and stop dropping shipping, that Iran stop launching missiles and drones to hotels and ports and resorts and airports, and attacking its neighbors in their civilian homes and neighborhoods. Yet instead, respecting the will of the overwhelming majority of the body, who we may have visiting right here, and support Bahrain and other EC members, plus Jordan, Russia should remain as has a past critical supplier of military equipment to Iran delivering combat aircraft, helicopters, and vehicles, and other arms, many of which violate Security Council Resolution 1929 with banned arms transfers to Iran. Iran likewise gave Russia hundreds of attack drones technology use in Ukraine. Meanwhile, China has for years imported over 90% of Iran's illicit oil, and both countries persist in their efforts to obstruct the Security Council's work to implement sanctions measures that were snapped back into place by an overwhelming vote in the Council last September. The measures required all member states of the United Nations to be implementing an arms embargo against Iran, banning the transfer and trade missile technology, freezing relevant financial assets, measures designed to address the threat posed by Iran's nuclear, missile, and conventional arms programs. All of these things were snapped back into place. The world is obligated to enforce those measures. As we noted before, and as I noted in my opening, the world has time for shooting. There are certainly better partners than this genocidal regime, Iran. We, the United States, have chosen to stand with our allies, with the region here in this body. Instead, others vetoed the resolution and chosen to shield the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. Madam President, colleagues, let me reiterate what I said to the Security Council last week. In the days since this draft resolution was vetoed, as critical shipments have been delayed, as Frost has failed to country in Africa and South Asia that needed for planting season, vulnerable populations have faced food insecurity, its leader chose obstruction over responsibility. As we speak, humanitarian operations are being disrupted with aid, humanitarian aid, life-saving aid, has not been able to safely transit straight. So I want to reiterate two simple messages from the United States, from the American people, to members of this assembly. First, the United States stands firmly with our partners in the Middle East and on the world. Second, the Strait of Hormuz, as are all straits around the world. Strait of Gibraltar, Bering Strait, Straits of Malacca, as international waterways are too vital to be shut, to be mined, to be weaponized, and held hostage by the likes of the Iranian regime. Nevertheless, even in the face of Iran's attempted expression of destruction, we will continue to work so that food aid, fertilizer, energy, commercial goods can flow once again through tidal waterway, free from attack, threats, mining, or extortion. Let me be clear: the United States will continue to act with partners whenever possible to ensure that outcome, so that the world is ultimately safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, the representative of the United States. Now, with the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. The United Kingdom is grateful to Bahrain for its leadership in bringing forward the draft solution, and for its constructive faith efforts to build consensus across the Council on issues of critical importance in international peace and security. We regret the draft solution we vetoed. Madam President, navigation of rights and freedoms are a cornerstone of the global economy. Attacks on fishing in the Gulf have been deeply damaging the world, blocking vital exports of fertilizer, liquid natural gas, and jet fuel, with economic and humanitarian consequences for communities the world over. Iran does not have the right to unlawfully impede transit passage through Straits or Hormuz. We call for full respect for fundamental navigational rights and freedoms as enshrined in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and customary international law. We reiterate our condemnation of Iran's reckless attacks against the region. We are profoundly concerned by Iran's continued destabilizing activities, including threats to maritime security, an action that risks further escalation in an already fragile region. Our priority remains supporting regional stability and lasting end to this conflict. We welcome the ceasefire and talks between the US and Iran. We will continue to fight with all partners to encourage a lasting and sustainable solution to the conflict and the full, immediate and unconditional opening of the Strait of Hormuz, including rejection of tolls on vessels which seek to pass through it. The United Kingdom has already convened more than 50 countries to share our aim to restore navigational rights and freedoms. Tomorrow, the UK and France will co-host a leader-level summit to run a coordinated, independent, multinational plan to safeguard international shipping when the conflict ends. Russia's China's vetoes do not diminish the importance of this issue, nor our collective responsibility to address it. We will continue to work with the Security Council and beyond to support long-term stability in the region and the maintenance of international peace and security. And thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom and now the floor to the representative of Portugal, followed by Switzerland and Czechia.
Madam President, Excellencies, Portugal allies itself with the statement delivered by the European Union and wishes to have the following remark in its national capacity. As co-sponsor of the veto initiative, Portugal stresses the need for transparency in the Security Council. Use of the veto. We regret that the Security Council was prevented again to act under the current item. now for the 14th time in less than 3 years, preventing collective action. This is the first vetoes of the year, yet the veto has been used 24 times since the initiative was adopted by consensus 4 years ago. This trend reduces the Council's credibility and undermines the ability of United Nations to act. We therefore reaffirm our strong support for the General Assembly as a forum not only for constructive security, but also for engagement and action for the wide international community when the Council is paralyzed, thereby strengthening the legitimacy of multilateralism of the UN itself. In the present context, Portugal urges all the relevant parties in the crisis to uphold international law, including international humanitarian law and freedom of navigation. Indeed, while all of us bear the consequence of restrictions on maritime trade in terms of increasing energy prices, constraining food production, accessibility, and security, it is yet again the most vulnerable, the ones that can least afford, namely developing countries that face the heaviest burden. That is why we should support the creation of a dedicated task force within the UN Secretariat at the disposal of member states to facilitate fertilizer trade with the humanitarian sector. And pleading for the holding of the ceasefire, Portugal strongly supports a solution based on dialogue and diplomacy as the only viable way to achieve a comprehensive and long-lasting peace, including Lebanon, in order to protect its sovereignty and territorial integrity. In this sense, we commend the efforts of all mediators, notably Pakistan, and we will continue supporting all peace efforts, including, of course, those of the United Nations. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative for Portugal. I now give the floor to the Distinguished Representative of Scotland.
Madam President, I would like to start by expressing the deep concern of the North of Scotland regarding the regional situation in the Middle and Near East. We express solidarity with all victims, emphasize that any use of force inconsistent with the United Nations are acceptable, and illegal attack cannot justify a response that would itself violate international law. There are strong condemned attacks against the civilian population, against essential services and veterinary infrastructure. Such attacks are prohibited under international law, international humanitarian law, and all parties to conflict are required to uphold this law to prevent all circumstances. This regard, we condemn these attacks affecting all countries in the region, including Gulf states, targeting essential civilian infrastructure, notably ports and maritime traffic. Water, energy, and fuel supply infrastructure, along with healthcare facilities, have been damaged or destroyed. And here, I would like to express our deep solidarity with our countries. This end to targets of civilian invasion is not limited to the East, but the Middle East, Near East, or elsewhere. The civilian population must protect. This conflict and disruption of navigation in this Gulf removes the causes, also have negative repercussions on the humanitarian situation, on supply chains, on energy security, international trade that extend far beyond the region. We reiterate the principle of freedom of navigation in international trade is enshrined in customary international law, as well as in the United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, and in designing our state. So, reaffirm the primacy of the peaceful settlement of disputes. We welcome, therefore, the agreed ceasefire and encourage the continuation of structured dialogue with a view to reaching a lasting agreement. Escalation and a permanent ceasefire for the entire region remain imperative. Madam President, the member states of the United Nations have entrusted the Security Council with primary responsibility for maintaining international peace and security, and discharging these duties, the Security Council must act in accordance with the principles of the United Nations, and their responsibility calls for a unified response. If there is not intended to be a rush obstruct, but a responsibility for final decision-making, exists in the name of international peace, and within the framework of shared responsibility. In this context, Switzerland always regret the exercise of the veto. We reiterate negotiations with the Council must be conducted in good faith and orient towards common objective in accordance with the principles of the UN Charter. Call on all Council members to demonstrate the political will that is needed for all Council to fulfill its mandate and to work toward a church diplomacy. And if the Council cannot discharge its responsibility, it is up to the General Assembly to consider the situation and, if it be, to act. Thank you.
I thank the Representative of Switzerland. I now give the floor to the Representative of Canada, followed by Canada and Germany.
President, first of all, I'd like to say that the Czech Republic belongs south of the same divert by the European Union. Madam President, Czech Republic welcomes this opportunity to discuss the recent use of veto in the European Council. We have consistently supported the tone initiative, which gives the General Assembly an important opportunity to scrutinize the use of the veto and to hold Council members accountable for the exercise of this exceptional power. Such a prerogative must never be beyond political and moral scrutiny. This is precisely why we are here today. 7th April, the Security Council failed to respond to a serious threat to regional stability and international maritime commerce. Not one, but 2 vetoes were cast. Russia and China choose to protect their ally Iran rather than support a measured and necessary response growing dangers in the Strait of Hormuz. The draft resolution tabled by Bahrain, together with Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, sought to encourage coordinated first efforts to protect commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. It was modest, practical, and responsible proposal. Bahrain and its regional partners acted seriously and thoroughly, with all members of the Council, the views on board, and pursued a balanced and focused text. We supported Bahrain's initiative and deeply regret that the resolution was not adopted. Dear colleagues, we cannot ignore the scale of the threat that the current Iranian regime poses to its neighbors to its own evil. For 47 years, the Iranian has pursued policies that have undermined peace and security across the region. It has armed proxies, targeted civilians, threatened its neighbors, breached nuclear commitments, disrupted shipping lines, and destabilized governments. At the same time, we all want to see actions in the Strait of Hormuz de-escalate. We therefore welcome the efforts currently underway, as well as the importance of full respect for international law, including the law of the sea, as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. We also commend the UN Secretary General's decision to split Europe's task force and ensuring humanitarian flows through the Strait of Hormuz. This is vital to mitigating risks to global security and ultimately to protect the most vulnerable. Mr. President, the veto power is an extraordinary responsibility. On the 7th of April, however, we witnessed no restraint by its reckless misuse. It nothing advanced the consolidation of maintained international peace and security. Instead, it deepened instability and uncertainty in the region and beyond. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Czechia. Now the floor to the representative of Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada wishes to express its sincere recognition to the Kingdom of Bahrain for their leadership at the UN Security Council, representing several states of the Gulf, as well as Jordan, in efforts to protect the free navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Canada was happy to be one of the 136 co-sponsors of Resolution 2817 of the Security Council, which condemns Iran's attacks on the states of the Gulf and Jordan, calls for a cessation of hostilities, and affirms support to sovereignty, to the protection of civilians, and to freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. Canada was therefore disappointed the Security Council was ultimately unable to reach an agreement on draft resolution S-26/273 taken to the Strait of Hormuz. This outcome is in sync with Canada's expectations vis-à-vis the Council's duty to act decisively, given imminent threats to international peace and security, pursuant to the mandate provided to it by the United Nations Charter. Canada remains resolved to support diplomacy and dialogue so as to reach a lasting solution to the conflict and to avoid any further escalation. We will continue to support our allies and partners in the region, as well as efforts geared towards preserving the safety and security of maritime and air navigation.
President, we thank Pakistan and all the others involved their work to facilitate recent negotiations and ceasefire. Canada welcomes the current ceasefire, but temporary pause is not a permanent solution. Canada reaffirms the importance of respect international navigation rights in the Strait of Hormuz and surrounding waterways, and safety of the seafarers whose livelihoods depend on open seas. Canada is also taking concrete action. We are contributing 23.6 million barrels of oil to the International Energy Agency's collective release to stabilize global energy markets. Looking ahead, Canada is prepared to play its part in the design of an international approach to de-escalate tensions and to provide guarantees of safe passage for this session and strategic corridor. Canada will continue to support efforts to the broadest possible international consensus, included through the General Assembly, to uphold respect for international navigation routes as well as international law. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative for Canada. I now give the floor to the Senior Representative for Germany, followed by Italy and Malaysia.
Madam President, Germany lines of the statement that has been delivered by the European Union more and would to a additional points in my short. Germany deplores that the resolution that was submitted by Bahrain was not adopted due to vetoes of two members of the Security Council. The resolution would be an important contribution for ensuring freedom of navigation and the security in this Hormuz. In addition, it would set a signal to Iran that it not strengthen the freedom of navigation for political purpose or harm third countries. We highly appreciate Bahrain's dedicated leadership and flexibility during the negotiations, in particular, emphasizing matters of escalation and the necessity to abide by international law. It is thus deplorable that two vetoes saw an important opportunity to contribute to welcoming situation that has made countries assembled this building day. I want to clear Iran's attacks against countries of the Gulf of Persian and other countries in the region are unjustified and they are unlawful. But targeting civilian infrastructure is particularly unacceptable. Iranian attacks to the Strait of Hormuz constitute a violation of international law as reflected in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The violations of freedom of navigation affect trade, ethnic economies, supply chains, as well as energy and food security around the globe, and ultimately they particularly hurt those vulnerable among us. President, Germany remains convinced that only political solution can bring lasting to the region. We welcome the talks between the United States, Iran, has started in Islamabad, and Pakistan for mediation efforts. Germany remains ready to work to a comprehensive political solution. Iran will never currently open. It must respect obligations under the NPT and is comprehensive state agreement with the IAEA. Iran should actually ensure maritime security, freedom of navigation, and free and total passage in the Strait of Hormuz and agencies in line with obligations of international law. The Security Council will not compel us, but reasonable stability and international peace and security sake for all. Germany is willing to support diplomacy, de-escalation, and negotiate a solution. I think.
Thank you, Representative of Germany. I now give the floor to the Representative of Italy.
Your Excellency, the Accord Italy aligns itself with statement with the European Union and wishes to add some remarks of such capacity. Italy thanks Pakistan and our regional partners for their efforts to facilitate talks on the situation in the Gulf region. There is no alternative dialogue. We always said that diplomacy is the only way, and we hope new talks will take place soon towards substantive negotiated settlement that the ceasefire is respected, including Lebanon. Deputy Minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, visited Beirut on Monday to express solidarity and support to press our own and Lebanese institutions at this critical time. We must avoid other civilian casualties and encourage dialogue. In this regard, we welcome the announcement a few minutes ago in Lebanon the whole parties will hold. It's a very worried for the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, but it has serious consequences for global economy and for food security in those fragile countries. When the environment will be conducive, we are in favor of appropriate efforts to contribute to ensuring freedom of navigation in Strait of Hormuz. It is all very concerned for the impacts on relations between Iran and other Gulf countries. It is crucial to build trust. It is also ready to its path of peace and stability and reason. We are close and we remain in close contact with all partners involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tripley. I now give the floor to the representative of Malaysia, followed by India and Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Madam President. Malaysia last year with the day on leave by the Philippines on behalf of ASEAN. Malaysia is concerned over recent escalation of military actions and retaliatory threats across the Middle East. These events threaten regional stability and run counter to civil sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the prohibition of the use of force under the UN Charter. We call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint in hostilities and avoid any further escalation. We acknowledge the restraint shown by members of the Gulf Cooperation Council, such as critical to ongoing efforts for de-escalating tensions. They first stress that responses to the conflict must be even-handed, avoid elective attribution of stability. Peace can be built on double standards. It can only be built on balance, consistency, and respect for international law. Above all, the root cause of this conflict must be addressed. Without this, we will all continue to manage symptoms while the crisis deepens beneath the surface. Madam President, Malaysia is also deeply disturbed by the continued military attack by Iran on Lebanon. These actions constitute serious violations of international law and directly undermine sovereignty as well as the territorial integrity of Lebanon. We condemn the attack on the nuclear seats in southern Lebanon. We have caused death and injuries, as well as damages to UNIFIL assets. These are not attacks on a mission, but on very principles of peace and the UN itself. Those responsible for the attack must be held accountable. It's challenging time, however, we see a move for diplomacy. Malaysia workers temporarily ceasefire paving the way for negotiations between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran. This also creates space for dialogue and mediation toward a more lasting solution. We also take note of emerging proposals that could serve a base of engagement. It must now be translated into a comprehensive peace agreement. Malaysia therefore urges all parties to fully respect and implement the ceasefire in faith and by international law. Any perspective should now raise revealing future progress with consequences not only for the region but for global economy and stability. We commend all diplomatic and mediation, including the constructive initiative by Pakistan. We support all efforts to advance stability in the region. We also call for unimpeded humanitarian access to all affected civilian populations. Malaysia reaffirms the importance of freedom of navigation and the security of critical maritime routes in accordance with international law. Madam President, the situation once again exposes a troubling reality. The Security Council is not functioning institute of surprises. Whether in Gaza, Lebanon, or the Middle East, the Council has too often been able to act decisively when it is most needed. The debate on the Chelsea resolutions and 6/262 or the initiative provides an important forum for member states to deliberate on matters affecting international security and to uphold principles of transparency and accountability. Malaysia therefore reiterates its long-standing call for reform of the veto with a view to its title abolition. A reformed and more representative Security Council would be better equipped to discharge its responsibilities under the Charter effectively and credibly. To conclude, the Malaysian Nation urges all parties to return to most basic principles that bind us as a global community: respect for international law, the UN Charter, international humanitarian law, and protection of civilians of all. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Malaysia. I now give the floor to the senior representative of Indonesia.
Madam President, Indonesia fully aligns with the statement made by Philippines on behalf of ASEAN. Today, once again, Security Council's credibility being tested. Again, the Council's falling short of its mandate to maintain international peace and security. Specifically this time, it is about safeguarding strategic maritime corridors that underpin global supply chains and addressing the humanitarian consequences at fault. Madam President, the consequences of war are felt across the region and beyond. The impact is immediate and severe. Therefore, we encourage and support this agenda to establish a mechanism as an intermeasure to ensure the flow of traffic for critical commodities such as fertilizer, oil and gas, to mitigate food and energy insecurity in many countries. Madam President, with goods, oil and gas, people also pass through these waters. Seafarers of all nations now face growing risks, with about 20,000 are stranded at sea. We call for all parties to ensure the safety of seafarers and ships in accordance with the International Convention for the Safety of Life, the relevant standard recommended practices by the International Maritime Organization. The sea is a global common good. It is in our collective interest to safeguard it, including its regime of transit passage. Indonesia therefore calls on all states to exercise maximum restraint, prevent further escalation, and act in full conformity with international law, including in particular the 1982 UN Convention on Law of the Sea. We firmly believe that sustained engagement and probable negotiation remain the only viable path for ending this war. Going forward, Indonesia underscores the urgency of littoral states and key countries to develop confidence-building measures that can ensure the continued security and stability of maritime routes in trade of horses. Madam President, lastly, a meeting today must not become just another procedural exercise. It must catalyze the Security Council to act decisively, to deliver tangible progress on the ground, and to undertake all of the reform so that it can effectively fulfill its mandate. Only through action can we restore stability and protect humanity for the region and beyond. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Indonesia. I now give the floor to the senior representative of the Republic of Korea, followed by Thailand and Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Madam President.
Strait of Hormuz is one of the most vital maritime corridors in the world, through which a significant portion of global energy supplies transit daily. It is also a vital channel for export of fertilizer from the Middle East, as about 1/3 of the world's fertilizer trade normally passes through this strait. Therefore, any disruptions to its safety and security carry profound implications, not only for the region, but also for the stability of our interconnected global economy and society, as we witnessed recently. As this parallels I that we must regret that the members of the Security Council failed to reach their emphasis on this issue, despite the urgency and importance of the situation. The Republic of Korea calls on Council to take appropriate action to ensure transparency and freedom of navigation in the strait, and to continue or take collective measures to hold Council's primary responsibility to peace and security by close and constructive consultations. My delegation also hopes that failure to adopt resolutely not send a wrong message that threatens the navigation rights and freedom can be justified or used as a weapon in any warfare. Madam President, I would like to reiterate the importance of the following agreements. First, freedom of navigation is a fundamental principle of international law that reflects the United Nations Convention of the Sea and must be respected at all times. The principle is sacrosanct for ensuring the uninterrupted flow of global trade and energy. Express great concern threats tax vessels and underscores that no country should be able to decide which ships or cargoes may pass through the strait imposed charges. We like to affirm that this is the Strait of Hormuz as international waterway, where all ships and aircraft enjoy the right of transit. In this regard, American is ready to join international efforts with our partner countries to safeguard the principle of freedom of navigation. Second, my delegation would like to underscore that only dialogue, diplomacy, and good faith engagement can lead to a sustainable and peaceful solution. The ongoing talks on parties should continue until an agreement is finally reached. At the same time, any durable ceasefire is fully respected. In this condition, we commend the continued efforts of the mediators, particularly Pakistan, as host of these peace talks, for their constructive role in fostering dialogue and de-escalation. We also highly commend Gulf countries exercising restraint from engaging in conflict, despite Iran's direct tests. In the same spirit, my delegation highly appreciate Thailand for the Secretary General in the engagement of his President Boy Yangno, who continues to counsel closely with the stakeholders in the Middle East. Third, we emphasize the strength of international cooperation to safeguard maritime security. This includes enhanced information sharing, building measures, and coordinate responses for safety at sea. But the stability of the Strait of Hormuz is not just a regional matter. It is a global imperative that requires our collective responsibility. The government is all committed to working with all member states to promote peace, stability, and security of international sea lanes freedom of information. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the representative of Hyde.
I thank Madam President for bringing this meeting on such an urgent and extremely important. I fully line up with the last statement delivered by the Philippines and I will make some set in the national party. Madam President, we share the fact of the international community of the situation in the East. For long, our family suffered on irresolute ground. There is serious and far-reaching repercussions from the regional stability, all of our prosperity, niche markets, and world economy. Disruptions in trade forms directly threaten critical global supply chains and disproportionately important countries being caused by it. One of the parties to economic island is directly affected by its consequences. I fight much vessel or trust in trade force with 23 crew members while our wells will strength. We have called on all parties to respect freedom of navigation and reserve trade passage in accordance with international law, including in particular the 1982 clause. The safety and security of civilians and seafarers must remain a priority. We also all obligations parties to tax limits and safeguard in full compliance with international humanitarian law. President, I welcome to week this 5 between the United States and the Republic of Iran. We commend the efforts of the Republic of Pakistan and all parties involved. The positive recommends scripture without full and implementation of society and such dialogue, faith, peace will remain elusive, and civilian suffering will cause such. Time calls on all parties to respect principles of international law, including the Charter of the United Nations, exercise the restraint immediately if escalate tensions, and we conduct plausible and negotiations towards comprehensive and lasting resolution. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the representative of Ireland. I give the floor to the designated representative of Sierra Leone, followed by South Africa and Pakistan.
Madam President, thank you for convening the date on the use of veto in Northern General Assembly Resolution 76/262. Until February, our world was confronted yet another instance of use of force not in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The subsequent developments have not undermined the Charter's prohibition on the use of force, and the right to going to exercise the inherent right of affairs, but always self-condemned regarding compliance with international humanitarian law in the control states. In response to this development, the Security Council succeeded the ongoing hostilities in the Middle East and led to the adoption of Resolution 2817, which the UN sponsored. Subsequently, on April 26, the Council also considered the resolution on the agenda item the situation in the Middle East, proposed by Bahrain and the Gulf Operation Council. 11 Council members voted in favor of the permanent members' security vote, and 2 members abstained. As a result, the draft resolution was adopted. And we will take note of explanations of vote delivered by the states that has no ongoing vote. While we regret the text was not adopted,
particularly given the aim of holding attacks and threats as smart commercial routine and of most. We further hope that the current ceasefire will be steady and that the causes of the conflict will be addressed in order to secure lasting peace and stability in the region. Therefore, commend plans for continued liaison efforts and also commend the efforts of the UN Secretary General and relevant UN agencies. At present, the date of vast member states with an important opportunity to reflect the impact of the veto on functioning credibility and effectiveness of the Security Council is shining its mandate. It also compels us to consider the consequences of council crisis on that and levels of people affected by the conflict directly and indirectly. For African Syria in particular, the economic impact of the current conflict is already extinction. The conflict has created a shock and rapidly evolving into a cost of living crisis, given by fuel and food prices, rising shipping transport, exchange rate pressures, and tight fuel conditions. The fertilizer shortage may prove in more crucial than the oil shock, as the substitute require natural supplies has affected ammonia production during critical plant season in parts of Africa. Sierra Leone, the conflict ceased, all risk insurance premiums will rise sharply, as also continue to divert via Cape Good Hope, and the cost of recession imports, fuel, food, critical construction materials, and increase significantly. If the risks continue beyond June 2026, gold production is at gold sharply, close sharply, inflation will rise again, fiscal shock will deepen, and more of our people will be pushed into extreme poverty. In light of foregoing, Sierra Leone calls on the involved parties to resist maximum extent and pursue dialogue and the 2020 in accordance with Article 3 of Charter of the United Nations. We have scored on the importance of sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all states, as well as strict areas of population of the use force enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Finally, Mr. President, there is no doubt the Security Council must be reformed to effect present-day geopolitical realities. The question of the remains one of the 5 has under discussion in terms of negotiations. It has been hoped that member states will reach agreement towards the civil justice and the responsible use of the tool. For greater power comes with greater responsibility. I think.
Thanks, Representative of Sierra Leone. I now give the floor to the Representative of South Africa.
Madam President, we meet today in accordance with the automatic of the General Assembly Resolution 7622 to convene and veto is used in the Security Council. South Africa appreciates the objective of the General Assembly to consider this unprovoked and destructive conflict in the Middle East, where war is severely impeded the development of China's tactic phase. We recall that on 28 February, the current conflict began with a breach of Article 24 of the UN Charter. Considering the conflict's incalculable threat to international peace and security and its impact on the global economy, the use of veto prevented an even further escalation of conflict. That we have solicited both states to become involved, resulting in further devastating political, economic, and social consequences for the entire world. Madam President, South Africa welcomes current initiatives, as well as the ongoing efforts that shift aimed at achieving a comprehensive end to the conflict in the Middle East and advancing a just, sustainable, and lasting peace. And yet, the cessation of all acts and threats of attack, as well as strict compliance with fight that gives imperative to prevent future recurrence of such aggressions. Respect for the sovereignty, and territorial integrity of affected countries in the region must be respected by all parties concerned. In accordance with international human rights and international humanitarian law, civilian populations and civilian infrastructure must never be tried to protect by any party under any circumstances. South Africa urges all parties to remain actually in good faith dialogue and use negotiations, and reaffirms its support for credible, impartial mediation efforts in bringing an end to the conflict and securing a durable and just peace for all the countries in the region. South Africa is equally alarmed that Israel's continued illegal, indiscriminate military operations in Lebanon, which have resulted in civilian casualties, the destruction of essential infrastructure, the displacement of communities, and the death of human peacekeepers. These attacks constitute a serious breach of Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and further destabilize the region, compounding an already volatile and fragile situation. The killing of peacekeepers supplied by our organization by a fellow member state can never be condoned. South Africa is quite concerned by reports by Iran against several Gulf countries, which also consider a violation of the UN Charter. While Iran has a legal and moral right to defend itself against those states that engage in armed attacks against it, its actions against the Gulf Cooperation Council states should be in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter, and not violate the sovereignty of Gulf states. These attacks against the states heighten the risk of a broader region for conflagration. While we know the adoption of the Security Council Resolution 2870, which soon conducts grass military attacks on civilian infrastructure in these countries and on, we are disappointed that at the time Texas was unable to call and guarantee any ceasefire and commencement of diplomatic efforts towards peaceful negotiated settlement. It is a core duty and responsibility of the U.S. Security Council to ensure peace and pacific settlement of disputes, and not to contextualize and escalate the crisis. South Africa believes that the international community has a shared responsibility to uphold the principle of freedom of navigation and to ensure safe passage of vessels. We urge all parties to work towards a peaceful resolution of conflict and to respect international law. In this respect, we urge all parties to exercise maximum restraint and to ensure that any actions taken are fully consistent with international law. Related developments pose systemic risks for South Africa that depend on stable international legal regimes and frameworks, including the International Maritime Organization and the UN Convention on Law of the Sea. The increasing normalization of coercive maritime practices outside bilateral structures could erode global norms that derive from application. Madam President, the Security Council must take lessons from ill-conceived use for Libya, while respecting the letter and spirit of Resolution 973. The broad nature of present failed would have even more unclear on the possibility of the use of force that open the door for possible abuse or misinterpretation. Madam President, South Africa remains steadfast in its belief there is no military solution to this crisis. All parties must prioritize de-escalation, avoid further confrontation, and resume diplomatic negotiations in good faith. preferably through establishing mechanisms and the auspices of the United Nations. Despite the commendable attempt by Pakistan to book peace, the track deferred as a result of random attacks and days of negotiations seems insurmountable without efficient branches. South Africa echoes the call of the UN for human rights for all states to uphold international human rights and humanitarian law, and to act in a manner consistent with the principles of shared humanity. We believe that the Strait of Hormuz is a vital international shipping route for goods and energy and should not be blocked by any party to the solution. South Africa calls for a restoration of normal passage through the strait as a situation in adversely impacted countries around the world. Madam President, the choice of all appears to have become a default, despite our undertaking consistent with the obligations in the UN Charter, not to use war as a means to resolve conflicts. We should not ignore the threats of a further act of aggression against another member state, unless state of Cuba. Illegal acts of aggression against Cuba can only compound already devastating effects of days of old blockade. In conclusion, South Africa retains the importance of making real and meaningful progress towards peace rather than contributing to further divisiveness. We reaffirm our position that the parties to the current conflict should begin to identify areas of common interest in a spirit of compromise and flexibility, rather than continue to go down a path of distraction. There can be no via this war of choice, as the cost for the parties, the region, and the international community have already been far too great. I thank you.
I thank this representative for South Africa. Now we have the representative of Pakistan, followed by Tunisia and Morocco.
Madam President, Pakistan's clear and unequivocal position on the situation in the Middle East has been expressed as critical and elsewhere. Pakistan remains deeply concerned with the events over the past week in the region. This conflict, whose consequences have impacted everyone in the region and beyond, should never have happened. From the outset, Pakistan prioritized de-escalation, cessation of hostilities, and return to dialogue for peaceful diplomatic solution to this crisis. Pakistan successfully hosted Islam talks on events in the middle of April. These talks made possible Pakistan's engagement with parties, as well as outreach efforts aimed at protecting Egypt's cessation of hostilities and achieving peace and stability in the region. Through the Islamabad process, Pakistan pursuing the objective of ending war and ensuring long-term peace. Pakistan supports the sovereignty, territorial integrity, political independence, and security of all worldly parties in the region. Pakistan has also expressed continued and unwavering support to complete solidarity with fellow GCC countries in these challenging times. And President, the Strait of Hormuz is an important international shipping route of goods and energy. Pakistan calls for the security of ships and crew members, the swift and safe passage of ships and installation of normal passage through the strait. The situation in the Strait of Hormuz is adversely impacting countries around the world, including Pakistan. The consequences for regional and global economy are evidently harsh. And Pakistanis are also suffering. The impact is felt not only in terms of energy flows, but also fertilizers and other essential commodities, thus affecting food security, cost of living, and squeezing livelihood of the most vulnerable. IMF, for example, have warned of serious risks, raising alarms about the rise in public debt as countries around the world respond to the energy crisis. And this was a headline on the front page of today's New York Times. Interestingly, another headline on the same page referred to the stock market scaling new peak, reflecting optimism that peace was near. This is just one perspective outside these walls as the national community follows this crisis. Options are focused. If military escalation and disruptions persist, the suffering prolong and extend far beyond the region, translating into widespread economic hardship. Return to peace, on the other hand, will benefit all. And isn't really on the agency of the situation and fundamental objective of reopening of the Strait of Hormuz and normalization of the situation as earliest. This is an important issue not only for GCC countries but also for all states in the region and beyond, including Pakistan. It is also logical that any discussion or arrangement related to the Strait of Hormuz have to take into account the legitimate interests of GCC countries in accordance with the international law. We are grateful and humbled that Pakistan is recognized for its constructive diplomatic engagement in supporting de-escalation, its efforts, and broad pursuit of stability between the United States and Iran through sustained interaction, including at leadership with both Washington and Tehran, as well as with other partners in the region and beyond, notably Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey, in China, and others. Islamabad has sought to encourage dialogue, facilitate exchange of messages, and help create conditions and space conducive to meaningful negotiations. This approach underscores Pakistan's insistent commitment to regional stability and international peace, reflecting our preference for principled, dialogue-oriented diplomacy in addressing complex geopolitical challenges and managing complex issues. Pakistan remains committed to continue playing its critical role in promoting dialogue, fostering understanding, supporting all efforts aimed at achieving lasting peace in the region. Thank you.
I thank the senior representative of Pakistan. I now give the floor to the senior representative of Tunisia, followed by Morocco, as asked before our bracket one.
Tunisia affirms its total solidarity with our brothers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Kingdom of Bahrain, State of Kuwait, State of Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, Sultanate of Oman, the Kingdom of Jordan, and the Republic of Iraq, while confronting all rights to execute stability, sovereignty, and stability. Our wisdom principles of its focus Tunisia stresses its commitment respecting all states' sovereignty, UN Charter, and the rule of law, and the rights peacefully in the settlement of disputes. The current tragic situation, feeling today, stability and peace of the entire world is a direct consequence of international community's failure to restore and protect the rights of the lineage people on all the land, as it is a direct consequence of an unprecedented moral, ethical, and human worldwide scandal, predatory attitude, and personal agenda not sufficient denounced and condemned. Thank you.
I thank the senior representative of Tunisia, and I give the floor to the senior representative of Morocco.
Madam President, there are times where history calls on nations to relevant and believe. Today, Kingdom of Morocco defends the value of the founding organization enshrined in Charter, National Sovereignty of States, territorial integrity, and flag security. These values are today being tested. The security of our brotherly Arab countries have been violated. The capacity of the multilateral system to respond with a distinct voice to the challenges in front of us is also being tested. It is in this context that the Kingdom of Morocco would like to reaffirm a critical concern to the Kingdom of Morocco and in the strongest terms the Arabic Iranian using missiles, which violated the integrity and security of the brotherly countries Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the state of Kuwait, and the Kingdom of Jordan, and Sultanate of Oman. We consider this to be a flagrant violation of national security of the state and a missile attack on this kingdom and direct threat to the stability and security not just of the region, but of the world as a whole. Secondly, the Kingdom of Morocco welcomes the announcement of a ceasefire between the United States and the Republic of Iran. We support the petition and provide and much appreciate to provide Pakistan with the negotiations. Thirdly, the state of Hormuz is a strategic artery and a central role for global economy and stability of international trade is vertical knowledge. We assure the important making of the state safeguard the role it is playing for prosperity and stability of all nations. At present, something confirmed over time during the summit in Morocco at 2016, His Majesty VI Beckham reaffirmed that Morocco considered the security and stability of the Gulf Arab state is exactly linked to the stability of Kingdom of Morocco. What damages you also affects us, and what impacts us also impacts you, and the code. And following this royal vision, we reaffirm our full solidarity with the Arab states in the Gulf and full support of the legitimate measures who will be necessary to preserve the security, ensure safety of the national and regional affairs. So, to conclude, President, I would declare that peace in the region of the Gulf is a peace for the world entire. Peace, which is the most precious heritage that will be with future generations. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Morocco. We have done in this debate for this meeting. We will remain here this afternoon at 3 p.m. in this hall. Meeting is adjourned.
This is been written off from several different routes, like or maybe sit down. If you will see that full GD on this enables us next solution, next Adam sports and stuck up. You're lucky wrong with now when you ask me answer that engine. Can you both stays with clear no means of as your execution. Now I send the away from clear right on discs. In the all the right service of how are to in rural nearest minute used the construction flight and extras some stuff that I don't know how it's suited on. Sitting right in earlier you could do some cover. You rational starter system on. We have the stick up and the best TA for next the opposite of it and some more exciting for the power and the year now out and some of the stories critical of today. Downtown, we keep the that house Chris. Oh, the really got some chance at Donald on where he got that house. But was funny there. Kuish takes his memory up and as to love control back right. The cruise awesome to get able to put up. How I started objective to point pots and time. Stage very goes the same. On dark down the best to the at visibly further away. To say right words and when you crew and no right.
La admission man in the after he came out with them. Yeah, we're back on what
Presumption can do this agenda either, or any business should identify as trouble. This is a little SIR, potential group. Last word, you are a minute. You're in the sea, they were board, but in the little while, suddenly we're fucking out. We're through loving more or night, nine sheep, see, now there is two firms. Get pretty, I was lyric. Apple dick, having a ready trade, very, very underlying places. We may do right as artisans going over to be leaning to the state as we say the run number one is after I have shitter days in the classroom. As sure the around through or I are referable and we cycle this time by which I have a shower snipping and the just keeps season 3. Carolina asked me to be catching my of a core. They are now underneath an apple for safe earth slowly using. Each of that is to snap and out of flash forest. It is clear that what I am told. And it's swept out. I'll be the link now. Read that such today. Well, it's mission to the board. Not something or recommend for into my life. Enough good to calling and orange phase of the cruise super stuff and it's very Friday. Just one day if they want to be creative. All these off the records of the writing for and on this big cover form for learning is slow.
Versus Mercury for worldwide workers who actively on a news will allow and scripts in the true version of the then give you access to the sounds is
Bring that boost how light and fade on run. Our merchant in the procedure in the day the comes requirement of talking Wilson can be honors to the current day as anxious. Again, the agriculture in the put on and more sometimes wages. This is mostly an apple and well. There's no one in money comes to me last time. The corporate and the full after some sort today. No, sorry, murder rails here, there, session on back to the stage, share his mates. His right is to a big hallway after not sure to without.
And let's look at the have been off is on very time of the entry. Which case you are still at today. I'm going to put the month for you for all. And the summer or off next season to get man and think how. You think I like my but the other things like even that 10 see her to see the labor in the lesson deal nothing that. Or it's no asking that is trying to force a better see what I like. We can just not do it. I should want to see in the mirror and make something. Present, we want your just for the clock that you may have if you really want. Please, I recommend 1965 and I have you in the circus keep and crazy from you. All of these numbers are not in white, I will let you know to go 30 other items. And these read you to see the order of this one. We have you for all the records. We have one currency that between the we have on train number 214 to 226. The sun is 220.2. We have also been the far away I saw you could go. I know why you can use keeping life triggered. I don't have you as only every time. Yeah, and it's either way in that. Answers.
The original line is a script crew administration cost 5 season crew up 30 amps and text to the looking PC listening. Working the other game during the crew. Once I heard the place with closing labs, think like women's on the realization of it. No didn't feel like, and we have just made it to more data. Communities made from awesome, but now casting the open work with a lesson to the front and animation like number. Versions are it's not super particularly areas with necessary and work and only work out for it to be very commonly. This is the performance is really get no that is one of the success and I was very honestly attached to. Vision has five sound out woods as they use in Edron. I would very and use the works right life. Now, not cook on of your essential heat on behalf of which both the warranty and their years or both Madam Coyle in the sun, hearing that they are blurring from cat.
Absolutely. Most of it doesn't matter. and see with this book.
Okay, and for Ed or anyway, important. So I see I keep that skid quick. You can shot in one thing, right?
Can that me forward?
This is my factor in big word now is mouth. Trash and gas and you know, or fast like her session these house areas. And we have to see a little better. We're not and I keep you other to prep. I'm not going to have a lot of I was arranged as not to get hospital. Committed this rules. Bring me fees up to the to a of size after the shit as a faithful and after I'll get to you all day. But you have to be a random. I'm not for the same remember.
City would work down. Well, is it by sound basic? Well, just what I'm seeing is I'm starting to be on the level. I guess I'm ready for it. I did.
Just commission to run and go around forms more school as a cost. Scenario around the air changes is in like the job is dead. Only actually in the for a physical picture from the right. You would that ultimate value. Như thế được nói về đây rồi, speak to people. The alternative sector must be.
El porqué de la prisión.
It's used sort of burning, and I think on the that stress to really up our idea, so it's they push out, and that beyond the optimators.
and for this era to last over some time.
Section everyone to select as active on here recent is business as for your permanent is subject to as to more control for cabin in its your has at a creep when all season your office security or on some design of the in soft town. Beklagar vi att savings som är i jobbställen det bästa styr that all you can share to next year not we have to rely face when they are at go and for business international was in the region even ever let come are now make on from the ground tomorrow. And then we'll on as first as so. I need for the brands to some of your files on probes and the different is you can't go with show production. And there is better next time here and actually I'm screen that. Yeah, you said much music. I would after that be confiscated your house. Send me to yourself. Then is it wasn't sorry. I lost it. Actually, we could one actions surrounding the violate. King on us to sign the verb no and punish the underneath them. Now, any of the names are from us. Then can say craft on the expert goes as inside some moves now. This is actually right or to the able package need try it. All in the craft picture is term here dig this part bar to junior him as right under that terms on other suit fresh types and suits wash. The help turns to her is to right. Or is not chase or heavy. Transformation some good 20 reinforcement in a fight to this day. Slow by the starting can read the clean drive of the day. System can open market of artists to the state must be record. Fresh be very next and I heard it and then one day. So cast the point we are even on the baby. So at full on there and 5 text. She never to the ship by the order session. This was there for object one see. Right about in the studio. It was actually a strategy for your one side for mode. Bigger and remain happy there was power to lift. You have a desk. We took a lot of evidence. Later near hand and time again the main planning. On the steps and remember to go one maybe. That's your guy saying. The days I once suffered some on side. They want to understand the claims they have Germans. There's controlling soul from the street to come out near to other door. You heard our sorry solutions. Everything perceived for me. This account and out of the need to find which is seven word when needed. She heard saying that you will say because the chief crew is making the deal. And the leaders are saying, oh, if we for just members came from other days. Now I'm not ever there. One about success and critical source.